graduated from Rowan University in the spring of 2022 with a sports communication and media degree. I got to actually call minor league baseball and G League basketball games while I was in school. And then I graduated, and as soon as I graduated, I went to NFL Films in Mount Laurel, New Jersey. And as much as I loved that experience, I miss putting on the headsets. I decided, you know what, talk is cheap. I have a laptop that's in my house, and so 21 months later, here we are, still on YouTube, calling games and building an incredible, loving community on here with the people that I call my Philly freaks with a capital P and a capital H. We go live for every single Phillies, Sixers, and Eagles game, and we do it like old school radio play-by-play style. I'm Jason Joseph, and this is Play-by-Play with JJ.
Showed swung on, barreled out to right field. Bye-bye baseball.
That baby is long gone.
What's going on, everybody? Hopefully you're all doing well and having yourselves a very fantastic day. My name is Jason Joseph. This is Play-by-Play with JJ. Welcome on into Game 1 of the 2025 World Series, baby. Let's go. Hit that thumbs up button. Hit that subscribe button as well. Dude, these pregame ceremonies are absolutely awesome. Oh my gosh, just watching them over on Fox, it is so cool. They have people lined up. They have a maple leaf out in dead center field. People lined up in the maple leaf. There's people that are also lined up on the infield in the diamond shape. It's so nice. It's so cool. But anyhow, let's talk a little bit about this matchup here. Okay, so this Toronto Blue Jays team has been riding a hot wave. The Dodgers, they have not played in over a week, which is absolutely crazy when you really do think about it. So they are probably going to be a little bit rusty when it comes to their bats. But we'll see how they do. We'll talk a little bit about the starting lineups, but first I want to get into these pitching matchups first. Blake Snell is going to be on the mound. This guy has been absolutely incredible in the playoffs so far. His ERA is at a .86. This man has not allowed a home run since August 29th. He has gone 7 outings in a row without giving up one homer. And also during that time, he's only allowed 8 earned runs, which is absolutely insane. 8 earned runs over his last 45 innings. And 5 of them were on September 4th. But really, it's just been an absolutely incredible playoff run for this guy. As far as Trey Savage goes, he will be on the other side of the rubber, and this guy has also had a lot of postseason success too. He had that great outing that he had against the New York Yankees in the ALDS, and his ERA has been pretty strong. He did allow 2 earned runs in his last outing. That was against the Seattle Mariners. It's 5 2/3 of an inning. Did give up a homer, but he did get the win. That was his second win of the postseason, and struck out 7 batters as well. So the 22-year-old pitching in the World Series from Pottstown, Pennsylvania. That's a pretty cool story. And he's pitching tonight in Game 1 out in Toronto. So there's a lot to be hyped up about that. What I'm really looking for in this series, I expect that this series right now is going to go to 6 games. I do. I think it's going to go 6 games. This is just my prediction from the very beginning of this series. It's going to go 6, and I've been going back and forth between which team is going to win. I'm not counting the Blue Jays out. But the Dodgers do have the better starting pitching. And the Dodgers do have the better overall offense. Now, the offense, the top 3 hitters, Ohtani, Betts, and Freeman, besides Game 4 of the NLCS from Shohei Ohtani, their bats have really been cold. But I do think that the Blue Jays have the better bullpen. I think that the Blue Jays do have more depth. But I'm gonna say that the Dodgers win in 6. But if somebody asks me for a team that I'm rooting for personally, and I'm not gonna show this on my broadcast, I really hope not. But I am rooting for the Blue Jays. I am rooting for the Blue Jays. But we are still going to call it like it is, of course. But I want to hear what your series predictions are down below. And I want you to tell me as well, who do you guys have winning this game? Will it be the Blue Jays or the Dodgers? And with that, let's get into the starting lineups and also introduce everybody on here as well. We got Valerie on here. What's up, Valerie? Hey there, JJ, and thanks. Hi, all. World Series time. Dodger fan here. Good luck to all. Let's go. Let's go, Val. Thanks so much for coming on here. The singing was awesome. Thank you. What's singing? I don't know what singing it is. I don't know. I don't remember singing. What else do we have? Hey, y'all. Let's go. This is Andrew. What's up, Andrew? We got two Andrews on here. We got Andrew Pearson, and we got Andrew as well. The Dodgers fan, Andrew. What's going on? Malcio says, hi, JJ. Let's hope that the Jays make a walk-off in Game 4 or Game 5. Yes, sir. LP is also here. Jiva Newts is here. Jiva Newts, comment your link down below. I appreciate you, man. Eric says LA wins in 5. Okay. I give them 6 because I do think that Toronto wins tonight. I am going to go with the Blue Jays tonight, and my final score prediction that I'm going to go with tonight is going to be 3. We're going to go 4-2 Blue Jays. That's what I'm going to go with. 4-2 Blue Jays is my final score prediction. I think if they're going to get runs off of Blake Snell, it is going to have to be early on. They're going to have to score their runs in the first couple of innings, and then the Blue Jays bats are going to go cold because Blake Snell is just going to dial it up. But I think that Toronto takes the lead early on. Maybe we see a Vladdy Guerrero Jr. home run. Maybe Bo Bichette hits a welcome back home run to start off Game 1 of the World Series. I don't know. But I do think that the Blue Jays are going to take this game. I've been very bad with my final score predictions, but I'm going to go 4-2 Toronto. This is also Bo Bichette's first start since September 6th. So welcome back, Bo Bichette. That's really awesome. All right, we are going to get into the starting lineups right now. Again, tell me what your final score predictions are down below for Game 1 of tonight's game. Shohei Ohtani will be leading it off for the Dodgers. Then you got Mookie Betts, Freddie Freeman, Will Smith, Teoscar Hernandez, Max Muncy, Kike Hernandez, Tommy Edman, and Andy Pages in the lineup tonight for the LA Dodgers. So again, it's Ohtani, it's Betts, Freeman, Smith, Teoscar Hernandez, Muncy, Kike Hernandez, Tommy Edman, and Andy Pages in the lineup tonight for the Dodgers. As far as the Jays do go, they got George Springer leading things off. You got Davis Schneider playing out in left field. He'll be batting second. Batting third is Vladimir Guerrero Jr., and batting in the cleanup spot is Bo Bichette. Batting fifth, the catcher, Alejandro Kirk. Dalton Varsho is right behind him. He'll be batting sixth. Ernie Clement will be batting seventh. He's over at third base. And then you got Miles Straw out in right field. He'll be batting eighth. And Andres Jimenez is batting in the ninth spot. And he is playing over at second base. All right, so let's put this up here. The game was supposed to get started at 8, but they had some ceremonial delays going on, so that's why it's pushed back a little bit, and I figured that was going to happen. So again, for the Blue Jays, it's Springer, Schneider, Vladdy, Bo, Kirk, Varsho, Clement, Straw, and Jimenez in the lineup tonight for the Toronto Blue Jays. The defense for the Blue Jays, as we are going to get ready to start off the top of the first, the defense will be this. At catcher, you got Alejandro Kirk. On the mound, it'll be Trey Savage. And then in the infield, it'll be Vladdy Guerrero Jr. over at first. At second, it's Andres Jimenez. The third baseman is Ernie Clement. and the shortstop is bichette. Out in left field, you got Davis Schneider. In center field, it's Dalton Varsho. And out in right field is Miles Straw. The DH for tonight's game is George Springer. The crew chief for tonight, you got Will Little calling the balls and the strikes. Mark Wagner over at first. John Tumpane over at second. Alan Porter is the third base umpire. Adam Hamari is out in left field. And Jordan Baker is the right field umpire. And yes, all right. So let's see what everybody's saying here in the chat. Toronto in 6 is Marianne. What's up, Marianne? What's going on? A part of me doesn't want a Canadian team to win. Dodgers in 6 is solvable. See. Oh man. What else is going on? What's up, my man? You excited for the series? Dude, I am so excited. I am. I'm very, very excited. I'm all fired up and just cannot wait for the series to start. I've been talking about it to myself all week. I said, I think that this is actually going to be a fun World Series. I thought at first, when I saw the matchup, that it was going to be the Dodgers all the way. But then I processed everything that happened with the George Springer homer, and I'm looking back at the series that the Blue Jays put up against the Mariners. They really did fight hard. They really did show that they had heart. I know that the Dodgers are not the Mariners. The Dodgers are a different team. They're a different beast. But I also do know this. The Blue Jays do have momentum. And the Dodgers don't have, or they probably have rust because they have not hit in a little bit of time. So we'll see how it goes. But I think it's going to be a good series. I do. Blue Jays, I think, take game 1. LP says, I'm going to go 3-2 Dodgers tonight. Jeffrey says, I'm going to go 4-1 Dodgers. And Andrew says 3-2 Blue Jays. 4-2 Blue Jays. You know what? We're going to get a poll up now, guys. I just thought about it. And I'm like, well, why don't we have a poll up for this? That's really stupid. And we're going to get that up right now as we speak. All right. So let me know in the poll, who are you rooting for? We got 96 views already. That is awesome. We got 35 people watching. How many games do you guys think that this series is going to go? Let me know again down below. The umpires, we just said them. I'll repeat it again. Will Little is the home plate umpire. Mark Wagner's at first. John Tumpane is at second. Alan Porter's at third. Adam Hamari's out in left. And Jordan Baker is in right. So hopefully you got it there. All right, who are we rooting for? Who are you? Oops, that's not typing because the keyboard was not on. Now it is. Who are you rooting for? Dodgers 5-3. How many games is this going? How many games is the World Series going to, folks? Dodgers, Jays. There we go. Oh, man. There we go. All right, so the poll is up. We got 39 people watching, 33 likes. Thank you all so much for those likes. It's great. All right, so they just came back on the Fox network for coverage, and it looks like that the Blue Jays are taking the diamond right now. All the games are at 8 o'clock PM Eastern time. That's when they will start. Tonight was a little bit late because of the ceremonies. And yes, ready to get things going. So again, the Dodgers lineup, it'll be Ohtani, Betts, Freeman, Smith, Teoscar, Muncy, Hernandez, that's Kike Hernandez, Tommy Edman, and Andy Pages in the lineup for the LA Dodgers. Here's Trey. This is his 7th career start. Trey Savage. 15 starts in the 15 innings in the postseason, and batters are hitting just 189 against him. He has a four-seamer, a splitter, and a slider. He has 3 pitches. Mainly goes to that four-seamer about 43% of the time. That thing does have a lot of speed to it and a very good velocity as well. And we are ready to get underway. I also have some basketball games going on too, and some hockey as well. See that the Raptors are up 74-71. What else is everybody saying here in the chat? The ALCS kind of made me upset because since the Phils didn't make it, we couldn't see a rematch, says Malcio. Hey, I feel you. I feel you, man. I do. I do feel you. How many games is this going? So we got 6 games, says Kevin. Give me some more answers in the chat. How many games is this World Series going? Longball's also here. What's up, Longball? How are you, my friend? What is going on? All right, we are ready to rock and roll. Shohei Ohtani is in the batter's box. And the first pitch of the World Series is down and in for ball 1. Ohtani had that 3-homer game in Game 4 and also had a masterful performance on the mound as well. One of the best postseason games that you'll ever see. 1 ball, no strikes, and the pitch, and that's in there for strike 1. So it's 1 ball, 1 strike to Shohei Ohtani. Trey Savage on the mound. Gets set at the Blue Jays letters and fires, and there's a foul ball. That was a 4-seamer at 94. So 3 4-seamers so far from Trey. Each of them hitting 95, except for the last one. That was at 94. Ohtani's average in the postseason is at 220. 1-2 pitch. And that's taken up high for ball 2. First 2 games out in Toronto. Next 3 games, that's games 3, 4, and 5. They're in LA. And if it comes back to Toronto, that will be for games 6 and 7. The 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He went with a splitter there at 85 miles per hour. And there's the first out of the first inning. That's how we start off the World Series. Ohtani strikes out. Up next is Mookie Betts. Ohtani just struck out, and now Betts is coming on up. This fan base is all fired up. See a lot of blue rally towels. Betts in the box. Dodgers are in their gray tops, gray bottoms. And the first pitch is inside and low for ball 1. Have the red numbers painted on the left side of the chest, right underneath the Dodgers letters in cursive and underlined in blue. 1-0 pitch, and that's down and in for ball 2. Blue Jays have their white and light blue uniforms on. That's light blue text. That says Blue Jays. Next pitch, swing and a miss. 2 balls, 1 strike. The 2-1 offering, that slider is in there for strike 2. Their hats are pretty cool. They have a blue rim. On the back of the hat, it's blue. And on the front of the cap, it's white, but it has a Blue Jay with a maple leaf. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Here's the next pitch. And check swing. He did not go. And the count is now full. It's 3-2 to Mookie Betts. 3 balls, 2 strikes. The payoff pitch, ground ball, chopped over to shortstop. And the throw over to first by Bichette is in plenty of time. Welcome back, Bo. Played it on the hop and just threw it on over to first base with ease. It's like riding a bicycle. So 2 up, 2 down here in the top of the first inning. There's Dave Roberts. He's the manager, of course, for the Dodgers. And you got John Schneider as the manager for the Toronto Blue Jays. Here's Freddie Freeman, who steps on into the box and makes his 2025 World Series debut, and the pitch is fouled away. Freeman, during the regular season, batted .295 with 24 home runs and 90 RBI as well. The windup and the 0-1. That's a foul ball. So the first pitch he got a piece of and he fouled back. The second pitch, he fouls that one back too. Obviously won the World Series MVP last year and made a big impact during that playoff run for the Dodgers. 0-2 pitch. That is down and in for a ball. Really, it was just the World Series where he really stepped up. He's a lifetime .270 hitter in the playoffs with 15 homers and 37 RBI. He's played in 72 playoff games. 1-2 pitch. Chopper hit towards the right side. Second baseman Jimenez has it on a bounce and tosses it on over to first. And we're going to go to the bottom of the first inning. No score between the Dodgers and the Blue Jays are now coming up to the plate. And we'll step aside very, very quickly. Don't go anywhere. All right, we're going to the bottom of the first. George Springer will lead it off for the Jays. Then you got Davis Schneider, Vladdy Guerrero Jr., Bo Bichette, Alejandro Kirk, Dalton Varsho, Ernie Clement, Miles Straw, and Andres Jimenez in the starting lineup tonight for the Toronto Blue Jays. And on the mound, it'll be Blake Snell, who is, again, we've talked about it throughout this cast so far. This guy has really been magnificent in these playoffs so far. His off-speed pitches have been really, really good, and it really seems like that he's sort of turned back into his former Cy Young self. There were question marks about what the Dodgers were going to get from Blake Snell to start off the season, and I got to tell you, in the playoffs, he has been money. He has looked very strong. He's gone very deep. He's getting a lot of strikeouts, a lot of swings and misses on, again, all-speed pitches. So the Dodgers are hoping that he can replicate what he's done in the playoffs so far and have a masterful performance. Opponents are batting .090 against him. This is his third career World Series start, by the way. So he is on the mound. Four-seamer, changeup, curveball. He's been spamming that changeup and the curveball a lot more. That's really been helping him. I remember he talked about that at the very beginning of the season when he was being interviewed of what he wants to improve on this year. The pitch, and that's up high for a ball. He said, well, I want to work on getting my changeup a little bit down more, and I want to try to utilize it more. That's what he's been doing. 1 ball, no strikes in the pitch. There's a ground ball hit over to shortstop, and the throw on over to first base by Betts is in plenty of time, and George Springer grounds out to short, and there's one away. What are you looking forward to in this series, chat? Tell me what you guys are looking forward to in this series down below. Davis Schneider is up at the plate, and the pitch that he takes is high for a ball. Shout out to Mrs. Schneider, too, man. She gets to see, she was one of my teachers, and her son is playing in the World Series. That is so cool. 1 ball, no strikes. Here's a curveball that's in there for a strike, right down Broadway. So it is 1-1 with 1 out in the bottom of the first. The 1-1 pitch. There's a fly ball. This one's hit out over towards shallow left field. Betts says, I got it, and he will make the catch on the grass for the second out of the inning. Vladdy comes on up to the plate. What a postseason he's having. He's batting over 290 and has a 1.442 OPS. The first pitch that he sees is a strike. As far as the defense does go for the Dodgers, Will Smith is catching. On the mound is Blake Snell, who kicks and fires, and the pitch is high. In the infield, you got Freeman at first. You got Edmund at second. The shortstop is Betts, and at third base, it's Muncy. Here's the 1-1 offering to Vladdy, and he stares at a pitch that's up high for ball 2. That was a fastball. In left field, it's Kike Hernandez. Out in right field, it's Teoscar Hernandez. And in center field, it's Andy Pages. 2 balls, 1 strike. Snell gets the signs, kicks, deals, and comes up empty with a slider that is in the dirt for ball 3. Bo Bichette is up next. He is waiting in the on-deck circle. 2 outs, base is empty, in the 3-1 pitch. And Vladdy thought it was ball 4. Umpire says, come back, sir, as the changeup was in the zone. Three balls, 2 strikes. Snell's payoff pitch. Here it comes. That ball is grounded foul over towards the third base side. You know, there was a picture that I saw the other day of Vladdy as a kid on the field. And I believe his dad was not, you couldn't see his full body in the picture, but Vladdy was a kid and he was on the field, and it said, the caption was, this guy is going to the World Series. 3-2 pitch, and that is down for ball 4. They actually said this kid is going to the World Series. So Vladdy does walk, and Bo Bichette is coming on up to the plate, and he gets a standing ovation from the crowd. So he made it to the World Series roster after missing a month and a half of time with a knee injury. The first pitch that he takes is inside for ball 1. When Blue Jays hit a home run, we chant, womp, there it is. You mean whoop, there it is. 1 ball, no strikes. 2 outs, bottom of the first. Vladdy is on at first base. And Bichette takes inside for ball 2. Don't forget to hit that thumbs up button. Let me know what you guys are looking forward to from this World Series down below. I'm just looking forward to seeing Bo Bichette back out there. Looking forward to seeing Ohtani pitch. The 2-0. That is up high for ball 3. This is the second year in a row where the Dodgers have faced an AL East team in the World Series. 3-0 pitch to Bo, and he has an inside-out swing and grounds it through the hole for a base hit out to right field. Vladdy's going to go on over to third, and he is safe. Bo Bichette swung at a 3-0 pitch and got the result that he wanted. Again, the pitch was inside. He followed through, hit it on the ground, and just put the ball in a good spot. And it went right on by Vladdy. And no chance that Freeman was going to be able to make a stop there. And that's going to put runners at the corners. And Alejandro Kirk is now coming on up to the plate. Can't believe that he got the green light there. 3-0 pitch. Wow. Charge! Here's Kirk in the box. Snell comes up and kicks, steals, and the pitch is up high. Called it ball one. Snell lefty, Kirk righty. 1 ball, no strikes. Here's the 1-0, and Kirk sends that one foul. Alejandro Kirk has recorded the hit in 5 out of his last 6 games, and he is on a 3-game hitting streak. He is currently 3 for his last 12, with a run scored and a double. That came in Game 5 of the ALCS. 1-1 pitch. That is up high for ball 2. So the 2-time All-Star, who is up at the plate, trying to give the Blue Jays the lead. Will Smith is going to have a conversation with Blake Snell just to sort of calm him down and go on over signs here. Where is Springer? Springer's DHing. Springer grounded out to short. He's in. Springer grounded out to short. Davis Schneider flied out to short. Vladdy walked. And Bo Bichette singled. That's what's gone on so far in this bottom of the first. 2 balls, 1 strike to Alejandro Kirk. Vladdy is 90 feet away from scoring. Snell gets set and fires. And the pitch is up high and inside for ball 3. Against Dodgers pitching, teams are just 1 for 27 with runners in scoring position. That is a crazy stat. 3 balls, 1 strike, and the 3-1 offering is a foul ball. That was a curveball thrown to Alejandro Kirk. And the count is now full. Vladdy at third, Bo at first. Dave Roberts in the Dodgers dugout. Time is called by Alejandro, and he will readjust his batting gloves and step out of the box. Up next is Dalton Varsho. The pitch count for Snell in this inning so far is at 21. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Snell comes set at the letters, delivers from the stretch, and the payoff pitch, a foul ball yet again. May have swung at ball 4. Three balls, 2 strikes. Snell gets the signs. And the next pitch, that's another foul ball. An 8-pitch at-bat so far to Alejandro Kirk. He has thrown 12 balls and 11 strikes in this inning so far. Snell kicks again, and the 3-2, there's a fly ball hit out over towards the right field side, and that is just foul. Just went towards the right side of the right field line. And Kirk lives to see another day. It'd be awesome for next year that there will be a World Series and Phillies World Series rematch. And if the organization did pay Kyle Schwarber again, says Malcio, I would hope he will hit the revenge home run walk-off. 3 balls, 2 strikes. The payoff pitch, and Kirk stays true and takes it down for ball 4. Did not bite after that filthy off-speed pitch. And so the bases are loaded now for the Jays. That's the most pitches that he has thrown in a single inning, Blake Snell. 25 pitches. That is this year. So that'll put Bichette at second. Vladdy stays at third, and Alejandro Kirk is now aboard. And the bases are juiced for Dalton Varsho. Snell gets set and deals, and the first pitch, which is a curveball, is up high for ball 1. If you're the Blue Jays, you got to capitalize here. Let me know what your final score predictions are down below, folks. We got some drama, baby. 1 ball, no strikes. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and that curveball is in there on the inside edge for strike 1. He has 5 career grand slams, Dalton Varsho. 1 ball, 1 strike. Varsho went 2 for 4 in his last game. The 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Got fooled after that slider. He's lifetime 2 for 8 against Blake Snell with a double, an RBI, 1 walk, and 2 strikeouts. Lefty versus lefty. 1 ball, 2 strikes, and the 1-2. There's a pop-up. This one's hit out over towards center field. Pages is running on in, and he will make the catch. And Blake Snell gets out of the inning without a scratch. And we're going to go to the top of the second. Blue Jays did leave the bases loaded, and the Dodgers are going to come on up to the plate for their second frame. He got underneath that. His timing was a little bit off there and was not able to come through. Dude, I'm so pumped. I can't lie. I've been looking forward to this all week. And it's here. It's here. Folks, I also want to thank you for those of you that did tune on into our Sixers, to our 76ers coverage on Wednesday. I had fun. It was cool to be able to try and call some basketball again. Thought I was a little bit rusty, but it was pretty cool. And I hope that you guys did enjoy that for those of you that were on. It was a thriller of a game, that's for sure. But we will be doing more Sixers coverage, but obviously we will be covering the World Series first and foremost. So I will be doing the World Series, and then once the World Series is over, it'll be back to Sixers games. We'll try to do as many as we can. I'm not going to be on all the time doing the Sixers because I now see that baseball is probably what we should be focusing on, especially for next year. And we should really try to maximize on that. But yes, I still am going to be covering the Sixers, and I'm still going to be doing the Eagles as well during this offseason. And we will be having some more podcasts out there. I do apologize, too, because I know that people did ask me yesterday, and I forgot about it, and I didn't have my notifications on, but there was news about Dave Dombrowski and his thoughts about trading Bryce Harper, and I didn't do a reaction video to that, and I know that some people wanted to hear my thoughts about that, so I do apologize. I will try to be on more of those things and try to keep everybody up to date with what's going on in Phillies land. Oh, man. What else do we got? See that Bryce Harper might get traded? Yeah, I didn't really give my thoughts about that. And honestly, it doesn't really surprise me. If you really want to hear my actual thoughts, I will I will give a podcast about it, but it really just wouldn't surprise me at this point. Why not? Why not try to see what you can get for him at this point? Why not try? See what you can get for Bryce. And I'm not saying move on, but if you can get a good trade for him, I'd possibly consider it. I would. The random Tar Heels game in January. Yes. January 22nd. I wrote that in my calendar. Haley is here. What's up, Haley? JJ, what do you think of Edgecombe? Dude, the man is a dog. He is good. Top of the second and the pitch. And that's up high for a ball. Now, that can't skew our opinions about VJ because he's going to have bad games too. But that was awesome to watch. 1-0 pitch. That is down and in for ball 2. Will Smith is currently up at the plate. Trey Savage is on the mound. He threw 15 pitches in the first. No score between the Dodgers and the Jays. 2 balls, no strikes. And the 2-0 pitch. A fastball that's in there for strike 1. But yeah, VJ was so good, dude. I loved his athleticism. I thought that his IQ was really good. He looked like he was a veteran out there. 2-1 pitch. Net misses it outside for ball 3. He also shot the ball very well. People said that this man didn't really have a good 3-point shot going on into the draft. They questioned his 3-point shooting and just his ability to shoot, period. His mid-range looked good. His 3-point shot looked good too. The pitch. That's outside for ball 4. And there's a leadoff walk to start off the top of the second for the Dodgers. And that'll bring Teoscar Hernandez on up to the plate. All right, let's go, baby. Charge! Teoscar is up, and he takes a slider that misses downstairs. All right, Shaq, come on. I need to hear you down below. Who are you rooting for? Let me know in the chat. Let's go, baby. Come on. Let's go. Get amped up, baby. 1 ball, no strikes. Top of the second. Nobody out. And a runner on over at first. That's Will Smith. Got to watch out just in case he runs. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and that is called a strike on the outside edge. BJ kind of reminds me of Dwayne Wade. Dude, somebody said that the other day, and I thought that was a really good comparison. I really did. 1 ball, 1 strike, and the stretch and the pitch. And that is on the inside corner at the knees for strike 2. Trey is the second youngest pitcher ever to start a World Series game. One ball, 2 strikes. I only root for the Phillies. So then you don't have a rooting interest for this game. 1-2 pitch. There's a ground ball hit over to the shortstop. The throw over the second. There's 1. The throw to first. That's not in time. It is a 6-4 fielder's choice. Oh, boy. 1 out in the top of the second. Man. Who wins MVP of the World Series? Who wins MVP of the World Series? Max Muncy is up at the plate. And Muncy takes a slider at the knees for strike 1. No balls, 1 strike. Here's the 0-1, and there's a line drive, base it out to left field. And that's going to put runners on over at first and second here in the top of the second inning. Alrighty, let's go, chat. Come on. Let's go. We got some drama. Muncy singles, and Will Smith stops at second. Guerrero, Freeman. Let me know who your World Series MVPs are down below. Here's Kike Hernandez. One away, top of the second. First pitch to Kike, and that is high for ball one. So Trey is in a pickle, and up next is Tommy Edman. My World Series MVP? I'll let you know in a second. One ball, no strikes, and here's the 1-0, swing and a miss. And now it is 1 ball and 1 strike. I'm going to go Blake Snell. I'm going to go Blake Snell as my World Series MVP. It's not fully based off of this game. The pitch. There's a line drive, base hit up the middle. And so Teoscar's rounding third. He will be waved on home. And Kike Hernandez gives the Dodgers their first run of the World Series. Punches a single up the middle, and Hernandez easily scores. So now it's Tommy Edman who comes on up to the plate. Batting on the right side, Edman looks at a fastball that just misses inside for ball one. Kike has had a lot of big moments in the playoffs, and he's just been such an incredible player in the postseason throughout his career. 1-0 pitch, swing and a miss. This guy also had himself quite a postseason last year. He's been doing pretty good this year. That's Tommy Edman. Andy Pages waits in the on-deck circle. 1 ball, 1 strike. The 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss. That fastball was indeed high. Runners are at first and second. Forgot to mention that Teoscar, who grounded into a fielder's choice, is the one who scored. And then Muncy stopped over at second base on the RBI single by Kike Hernandez. 1 ball, 2 strikes, and the 1-2 is a breaking ball that's in the dirt for ball 2. Hit that thumbs up button, folks, and hit that subscribe button as well. Make sure you guys also check out our Sixers content during the off season. I was going to say I hope that's not based off of this game. 2-2 pitch, ground ball, hit over towards the third base side. It was a slow roller, and Clement is going to eat it up, and that's going to load the bases for the Dodgers. That's now 3 straight singles for LA. They're playing small ball, and Andy Pages is due up next. Again, Edman's behind in the count there. He's just looking to make some contact with the ball, and he just puts it right in the right spots. And we will have a timeout taken. That's going to put Muncy over at third, Kike at second, and Edman over at first. And Pages comes up with the bases loaded. Again, a 1-0 lead thanks to an RBI single up the middle by Kike Hernandez. Lomball says MV free. That's his MVP. Top of the second, 1 away. Pages is in the box. And he looks at a slider that's in there for strike 1. That was right at the knees. Don't forget, Game 2, same time, same place tomorrow night, 8 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time. And it will start on time. 0-1 pitch. Foul ball. They call Kike Hernandez Mr. October? Huh. Dodgers Nation, that is. The ball is 2 strikes. Trey's pitch count's been pretty high in the second inning, and it makes a lot of sense because he's had a lot of traffic on the bases. He has bases loaded right now that he has to deal with. Pages is 0 for 10 with runners in scoring position during the postseason so far. He's just batting .086. Has not been good. The ball is 2 strikes. A Savage comes set at the letters and deals and throws it down and in. So, yes, we are not doing the Sixers game tomorrow. We're covering the World Series. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And 1 out in the top of the second. The next pitch to Andy Pages, and that is way up high for ball 2. So he goes with 2 sliders that are in the zone and can't locate the splitters. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Here's Savage with the next one, and, oh, that was just a little bit low, according to the umpire, and now the count is full. Let's look at that again. It was low. It was the right call. Three balls, 2 strikes. A huge pitch coming on up to Andy Pages. Payoff pitch. Swing and a miss. He went fishing after a slider in the dirt and could not hold up. That thing did have a lot of break to it. And Pages did bite. And there's out number 2. And Shohei Ohtani is coming up with the bases loaded. 2 outs. Bases juiced. First pitch to Ohtani. Swing and a miss. He was early on that fastball. 41 total pitches for Trey Savage in 1 2/3 of an inning so far. Ohtani has white batting gloves. And here's the 0-1. And that is low for ball 1. Ohtani has hit 3 career grand slams. He's tied up in the count. 1 ball, 1 strike. Savage kicks, deals, and throws a splitter that misses high for ball 2. Hit that thumbs up button and hit that subscribe button as well. Matt is here. What's up, Matt? Jeffrey, I'll get to your question in just a second. The 2-1 pitch to Shohei. Ground ball hit over towards the first base line. Vladdy picks it up, wins the foot race to the bag, and the inning is over. Ohtani grounds out with the bases loaded, and that is how the inning ends. However, the Dodgers do send 7 men up to the plate. They do scratch a run, thanks to Kiki Hernandez's RBI single, and we're going to go to the bottom of the second. 1-0 Dodgers in Game 1 of the World Series. JJ, I want to ask you this. Ask me anything, Jeffrey. Ask me anything. JJ, do you think the Dodgers getting more rest gave them any advantage for tonight, or least amount of rest give Toronto advantage, or doesn't matter? I do think, personally speaking, I do think that baseball is about momentum. However, what I also feel like, okay, what to answer your question, I don't think it should matter. Do I think that it makes a difference? I do, a little bit, but also, to be fair, the Blue Jays did have off on Monday, and it wasn't like that they just played Wednesday. If they played a Wednesday, it's a little bit different, but they're both kind of in the same spots, now that I really do think about it. But I do think that the rest helps their pitching. I think that it helps both sides pitching-wise. But, yeah, I think that when it comes to playing the sport of baseball, rest for hitting, you gotta hit. You gotta get into the cage. It's not basketball or football. It's a different beast. Same thing with hockey too. You know, if you get a bye and you're off for like 3-4 days for hockey, it's different. It's just a different type of a sport. So to answer your question, I do think that getting rest doesn't help hitters. It doesn't. I don't think it helps. But sometimes you need it, right? If the team had players that were banged up, then yes, you need that rest. I think that for Ohtani, pitching-wise, it helps him. I think that for a lot of the starters and even the bullpen pieces, it's good for them to get rest. But I don't think that I don't really think that there's much of an advantage because both teams really got rest. That was a very long-winded answer, and I apologize. James says, I'm so nervous, but the Dodgers are winning, I hope. I sense a pitch and change in the fourth for the Blue Jays. A pitch and change in the fourth. Okay. That would make sense. Blake Snell pitching to Ernie Clement here, and the first pitch that Ernie takes is at the knees for strike one. Who do you think has the advantage? Dodgers or Jays? Who do you guys think has the advantage? 0-1. That's a foul ball. 0-2 pitch. And this one served out to left field, and that's going to get down for a base hit. That thing was going into the dirt, and Ernie Clement just able to uppercut it out to left field and do a one-handed swing. And it didn't really go too high up, but he sort of had to, sort of like a shovel swing, if you will. He does get on with a single. He's a good hitter. He really is. And in that type of spot, all he wanted to do was just fling it out to left, and he made very good contact with the ball. Here's a four-seamer that's taken on the inside corner for strike one to Miles Straw. The former Cleveland Guardian up at the plate. It's 2 for 9 in the postseason so far. 0-1 is the count. Snell kicks, deals, and throws it high for ball one. Dodgers have the advantage, says Matt. Kevin says Dodgers. JJ, should the Dodgers have Ohtani pitch twice in the World Series? Absolutely. Why not? 1 ball, 1 strike, and the 1-1, and that's a foul ball. But I don't think he will, because I think that Yamamoto is pitching in Game 2. So if he was going to pitch twice, it's going to have to be a Game 7. So I don't think it's going to a Game 7, so I'm going to say that they're not going to, but they should. 1-2 on the way, swing and a miss on a changeup right down the pike. And there's the first out of the inning. I would have Ohtani pitch in Game 2 and have Yamamoto pitch at home. That's what I would do if I were the Dodgers. One out, bottom of the second. Dodgers lead at 1-0 thanks to an RBI single by Kike Hernandez. And the pitch. That's a curveball that misses outside and low for a ball. Dodgers have 3 hits. Blue Jays have 2. How about the 7 through 9 hitters during the ALCS for Toronto? They batted .284. They put up 13 runs scored and 12 RBI. The stretch and the pitch. That's outside for ball 2. Also, you don't really think about this, but getting Bichette back, obviously, it certainly does bring more versatility. And now you have Isaiah Kiner-Falefa coming off the bench. 2-0, swing and a miss. And so the count is now 2-1. 2 balls, 1 strike. Snell with pitch number 40. That ball was bounced towards the right side, but it's a foul ball. Jimenez, his helmet came flying off as he swung at that. He will pick it up and put it right back on his head. So, yeah, Yamamoto is pitching in Game 2. So I don't think that Ohtani will pitch twice, unless, again, it goes to a Game 7. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 away, and the pitch. That is a foul tip into the glove for strike 3. And that was on a check swing, too, and there's out number 2 in the bottom of the second. I couldn't really tell if he got a piece of it. Umpire said he did. They're showing a replay that time, and it is hard to tell. I think he may have just gotten a little bit. That was, must have heard something. 2 outs, bottom of the second. And George Springer comes up and he grounds one over towards the first baseman Freeman. And the throw over to first, that's not in time. The runner from second going over to third. The throw there, that's in time by Blake Snell. And so the inning is over. And we are going to go to the top of the third. A very bizarre play there. Freeman was playing away from the bag over at first. They tried to get the runner out over at second. He thought about throwing it over to second base. There was nobody to cover the bag. That's why he threw it over to first to try to get Springer out. And then Blake Snell fired a missile over to third base. And so bad base running by the Blue Jays. They tried to be aggressive. It did not work. And we're going to go to the top of the third. 1-0 Dodgers. BRB. We're going to the top of the third. The Dodgers lead at 1-0. Blue Jays have had their chances. and have just not been able to put up a run so far. Trey Savage goes back out there for his third frame and throws it up high and inside to Mookie Betts for ball one, and he's behind in the count. Trey gets the signs and fires, and the pitch is called a strike. Well, it's a little bit high. That looks like the Phillies base running. I'll tell you what, man. Base running now is so different than what it used to be. The 1-1, and that's up high for ball two. And I say that because when I'm watching Diamond Zone and I'm watching these other teams play, there are so many teams. Like, if you just follow the Phillies, you don't understand. A lot of teams are making so many base running mistakes, it's not even funny. And I'm not telling you that it's right, but the 2-1 that's down and in for ball three, we saw the Phillies run every single time when the ball was hit towards the infield and they had a runner on over at third. It felt like every single time that they were just running home. A lot of other teams were doing that too. I could count many times when I saw that happen. 3-1 pitch, and that's inside for ball four. And there's a leadoff walk to start off the third inning. And that was Mookie Betts who gets on for the first time. It was an excellent throw. It was. It was a good throw by Blake Snell, and he needed to fire a strike there, but just not smart. It was a good play, though. And a nice tag by Muncy. The ball is one strike in the top of the third. Freeman is in the box. The 0-1 pitch. That is inside for a ball. 1-1 is the count. Hit that thumbs up button, folks. Please make sure that you do spread the word. If you guys do know people that like love watching baseball or love watching the Sixers, the Phillies, or the Eagles, please tell them about our channel. Even if you don't really think about it, just think about me. Just kidding. But just spread that word. 1-1 strike to Freddie Freeman, who is 0 for 1. The stretch and the pitch, and that is in the dirt. Freeman's the first player to hit a walk-off grand slam in the World Series. He did that last year. Also was the first player to homer in each of first 4 games. He homered in the first 4 games of the World Series last year. 2-1 pitch. That is up high for ball 3. Is that true? How come I don't remember that? Three-one pitch, and that is taken up high for ball 4. And there's back-to-back walks allowed by Trey Savage. And Will Smith is coming on up to the plate for the Dodgers. Nobody out. Charge! Let's go, chat. Come on, baby. Will Smith is in the box. Nobody out. Top of the third. 1-0 Dodgers. There's a four-seamer that is in the zone for strike 1. How many pitchers do you guys think are going to be used in this game? A total of how many pitchers in this game? The ball is 1 strike. And there's the 0-1. Swing and a miss. I will go with 7. I'm going to go with 7 pitchers in this game. The ball is 2 strikes. Will Smith, who walked his last time up, was the first man to walk for the Dodgers. 0-2 pitch. That is outside and low for a ball. Matt says 8. Ridge says 7. Hardcore says 8. Yes, Freeman went off. I forgot that it was the first 4 games. 1-2 pitch. That is high for ball 2. Smith was nodding his head and saying that that was not a strike. The umpire said it was ball 2 anyways. Do JJ a solid and hit that thumbs up button. Hit that thumbs up button. Spread the word. And subscribe. Spreading the word really is the bonus. The 2-2 pitch just off the plate. Trey did not get the call. It was just a hair outside. And Kirk did try to frame it. Just could not get the ump's call. 3 balls, 2 strikes. A Savage from Pottstown, Pennsylvania. Three balls, 2 strikes. The payoff pitch on the way. Ground ball through the hole to right field for a base hit. The right fielder's going to throw it on over to second. Betts will score. Freeman's going to get caught into a rundown here, and he will be out. Going over to second base is Will Smith. It's 3-0 LA in the top of the third. 2-0, excuse me. Sorry about that. They will call it an RBI single from Will Smith. And again, Freeman is out at second base. Two zip. And now bring Teoscar Hernandez up to the plate. So now if you're the Jays, the question is, if you're John Schneider, how much longer do you leave Trey out there? Teoscar in the box, and he fouls off a slider. Any more on the pitcher, on the amount of pitchers used for tonight? We got 7 from Ridge. We got 9 from Neil. 6 from Kevin. What's going on? I'm an Orioles and Texans fan and still love listening to your content. Love from Montana. This is the Irrelevant Fan. Thank you so much. The balls, 1 strike, the 0-1, and that is up high for a ball. I got to tell you, I know a very good guy who does Orioles content. I don't know if you've heard of him, but his name is the Bird Watcher. Orioles Bird Watcher. Hopefully you've checked him out. He's pretty good. Want to make sure I find everybody a home. The 1-1, that is up high for ball 2. O's fan here too. I know Matt. I know Matt is usually over there. Shout out to BW, man. 2 balls, 1 strike. The 2-1 offering, swing and a miss. That was a slider right down the turnpike. BW. Mods, if you can drop his link, his channel link, I would really appreciate that. 2-2 pitch, and that is low for ball 3. Three balls, 2 strikes. Max Muncy waits in the on-deck circle. 2-0 Dodgers in Game 1 of the World Series. The 3-2 pitch, ground ball, and that's it over to the second baseman, Bichette. He backhands it, fires over to first. It's in time for out number 2. He was shifted perfectly. And the runner from second does head on over to third base. That is Will Smith. Excellent defense there by Bo Bichette. Guys are the best. Super cool, JJ. Appreciate your support as always. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I got to shout out all the great content creators out there. The pitch. That's a 4-seamer that is down for a ball. If no one gets to it, I'll pull it up myself. I'll just do it after the inning is done. There's BW. Yes, Hardcore, you're the man. Let's go. That's BW's channel right there. 1 ball, no strikes. Here's a splitter that is taken for a called strike. So if you are an Orioles fan, and you have not followed BW, he is also, I believe, going to call Game 3 of the World Series, so you should check him out for that too. 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Muncy in the box. He's behind in the count, 1-2. Last time he was up, ended up singling. Folks, hit that thumbs up button, subscribe to the channel. We need 19 more to get us to 81-30. 1-2 pitch, and that slider is inside for ball 2. It is free. And if you are over on Twitch, hello. Make sure that you give us a follow down below. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The 2-2 on the way. Swung on and missed. That splitter was way off the plate. And the inning is over. So the Dodgers do have a 2-0 lead as we will head to the bottom of the 3rd. Oh, boy. Okay. I've always really appreciated the World Series because I like, when it comes to sports, I think that like what really draws me in is drama. I like stories, right? I'm a big fan of stories. And what do stories have? They have characters, right? They have a climax. They have rising action. They have falling action. They have conclusions. Well, some of them really don't, but they'll have endings. And you know, I like the different stages of what goes on during each game. It's like watching a TV show, and you're always left on certain cliffhangers, right? But when it comes to just following the World Series, I feel like that there are just so many different types of storylines that you can just talk about, especially not even just talking about these two teams, but if you've looked at World Series in the past about like what's led each team to their specific moment of getting to the World Series, there's always something to it. And I like seeing people step on up, guys, unexpected heroes, unexpected things happening, right? Like those types of things. And then players having their shine for those players that really didn't get a lot of talk during the regular season, but they have their moments. So like the Howie Kendricks, right? The Steve Pierces, and those types of things too. I think that that's all so cool. And that's really what I love about watching the World Series as a whole. And baseball's the type of sport where you have a lot of slow pace and you're able to sort of emphasize as a broadcaster when the best moments are. And you get to really capture that. It's not like hockey, like where things just happen so quickly on the fly. There's a lot of like let it breathe moments, as we would say in broadcasting. And I really appreciate that with baseball. I do. I think that just the nature of that is what makes it so unique. We're going to the bottom of the 3rd. 2-0. Davis Schneider is going to step on up to the plate. There's John Schneider, second Blue Jays manager to reach the World Series, of course. And Schneider takes the first pitch. That is in there for strike 1. What do you guys like about the World Series? What stands out to you? I gave you a very, long answer, but that could be short. You could just say, I like the food. I've been to a World Series. The food's great. 1 ball, 1 strike. Food is good. 1-1 pitch. That is down for ball 2. Do any of you actually have, World Series parties, or have you ever been to a World Series party before? 2-1 pitch. There's a swing and a miss. That was on a changeup. Was a little bit outside. We did have a little party when we were in college watching Game 7 of the World Series between the Cubs and Cleveland. That was fun. 2-2 pitch from Blake Snell. That misses down in the way for ball 3. Three balls, 2 strikes, and the 3-2 on the way. Swung on and missed, and there is out number 1. So Blake Snell does record a strikeout. 3 strikeouts in 2 1/3 of an inning. Now Vladdy will step on up to the plate. Vladdy will stare at a fastball that is high for ball 1. And the count is 1-0. 1-0 pitch. That is in there for a strike. Kevin says, I like the Super Bowl because then it means that it's almost spring and warm weather. 1-1. That's a foul ball. So you're saying, right, that if the World Series was in February, then you would have liked that just because of what you said. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Here's the 1-2. That is in the dirt for ball 2. You're a simple man, Kevin. 2-2 pitch. That is up high for ball 3. When it gets hot out, I'm good with it. When it gets cold, nah. 3-2 on the way to Vladdy, and he grounds this one right through the hole and smashes it out to left field for a base hit. And the tying run is going to come on up to the plate for the Jays. So the Blue Jays have yet another base runner. And Bo Bichette is going to come on up to the plate. 4 hits for the Jays, 4 hits for the Dodgers. The difference is an RBI single from Kike Hernandez and an RBI single from Will Smith. Here's Bichette in the box. The pitch, swing and a miss. What's up, Bill? Yep, the cold weather is for Penguins. You guys don't like the cold? You guys don't like the cold? The ball is 1 strike, and then I'm going to the TV coverage. See ya. Have a good time. Hopefully it's good. The pitch, ground ball hit over to the first baseman, Freddie Freeman. He throws it on over to second for 1. The throw back over to first. That is a 3-6-3 double play. And we're going to go to the top of the 4th inning. Excellent play there, especially by Mookie Betts. He had to throw that thing very quickly. All right. So 3-6-3 on the double play there. We're going to go to the 4th. 2-0 LA. If the Dodgers sweep the Jays, does it make you feel better about the Phillies, says Bill? Nothing makes me feel better. I have to see it, but nothing makes me feel better. The expectation was to go to the World Series, and it doesn't matter who's in there. That was the expectation, man. That was the expectation. If they didn't get to the World Series, then it's a bad season. Doesn't matter who they had to face. We expect nothing but greatness. You know, shout out to Mike Sports Vibes. We were having this conversation today, and I was listening to him vent. I was listening to him talk about his Vikings. And the one thing that he said to me that really stood out, he said, I was talking to him, and I asked him about, if he listens to Minnesota sports talk radio. And he said yes, and it's really not the same. It's not the same as East Coast sports talk radio. And I think that sometimes I really do feel like that we as Phillies fans and as Philadelphia sports fans do take that for granted. Because we can complain about certain things that are going on with our team, and we can talk about what somebody said to the media, or like what questions weren't asked from the media, because the fan base is very passionate, and the blue collar mentality is in the DNA of our fans. And I bring this up because, it's not like that in other cities. It's not like that in places across the U.S. and other places. It really isn't. And I give the fan base a lot of credit for that. I do. Because they let you know when things are going well and when they're not going well, and they're not satisfied. They're satisfied when they're smart. They're very smart. That's all I'm trying to say. They're intelligent. The pitch. There's a swing and a miss. So the count is 0-1. That's a great play by Mookie. I can live with the Dodgers, but the Diamondbacks, it still kills me. Yeah, 1,000%, Bill. The ball is one strike. There's the 0-1, and that is a foul ball. It was a four-seamer. The ball is 2 strikes. We're in the top of the fourth. 2-0 LA. A Savage on the mound, 73 pitches. Kike is 1 for 1. 0-2 on the way, swing and a miss. And there is out number 1, and the 4th strikeout of the ball game for Trey Savage. That means that Kike is now 1 for 2. Tell you what, guys are really chasing after that slider of his today. I'm surprised that he really hasn't spammed it as much. He had that 1 strikeout to Andy Pages where he just threw a nasty slider that went into the dirt with the bases loaded. That was in the 2nd inning. 2-0 LA. Top of the 4th. 1 out. Tommy Edman batting on the right side. Pops up the 2nd pitch. The first one was fouled. 2nd pitch will go out of play. You're going to hear it or you're going to cheer it in Philly. It's the truth. Players deserve the boos when they are playing bad, and when they are playing good, they get the cheers. 1 ball, 1 strike, and 1 away. And the next pitch, that is a foul ball. But I'm telling you, like, you listen to other sports talk radio stations and you go to other stadiums, it's just a different feeling. It's not like this. The 1-2 pitch, and that is a foul ball. Sports really do matter in Philly. One ball, 2 strikes, and here's the 1-2 on the way. Swing and a miss, back-to-back strikeouts for Trey Savage, and he comes up with his 5th of the ball game. And with the slider again. Just has a lot of bite to it. Heads downwards, and the batters just think that it's, as soon as it's released, it's going to be in the zone, and it just absolutely dies. Pages sends one out over towards the right center field gap, but the right fielder is there, Straw, and he will track it down and make the catch for the 3rd and final out of the inning. It's time to go to the bottom of the 4th. 2-zip LA. All right. Who else is streaming this? I believe that CeeLo is doing this. Well, and I also believe that Max is doing this. We're not going to rate anybody right now. And again, Kevin, thank you so much, man. I really appreciate that. What are we doing? We're trying to see who else is live for this. Dodgers, Blue Jays, live. Okay, we'll see who is live right now. Dodgers, Blue Jays. We got Blue Jays today. Got Valhalla. We got On the Go with CeeLo. Nice. And YY Underground. We'll say hi to Max. We'll say hi to CeeLo tomorrow. We will. Guys, make sure you hit the thumbs up button and subscribe to the channel. And turn on the bell icons too. My name is Jason Joseph. This is Play by Play with JJ. We love each and every one of you, man. We got 70 people rocking with us. And not all of you have hit that subscribe button. And not all of you have even hit that thumbs up button as well. We're so close to getting 70. We need 5 more, baby. 5 more. And after this inning is done, we will go say hi to our friend Max Coverage TV. I don't know what that voice was, but I tried to get a little bit into it. Okay. Is RB live, by the way? Is Philly Take with RB live? Philly Take with RB. Is he live? No. He is not live. He's off tonight. Oh, boy. Don't forget to like. Don't forget to subscribe. Also, Jiva Nudes, comment your link down below, too, my friend. If you guys are into gaming, this man grinds his butt off when it comes to gaming. He does. All right, we're going to the bottom of the 4th. It is 2-zip Dodgers. Alejandro Kirk will lead things off. In case you're wondering, the Blue Jays in this ball game, when it comes to runners in scoring position, they are 0 for 1. They've left 4 guys on base. The ball's 1 strike. Snell kicks, deals. There's a chopper that's fouled. Blue Jays did have bases loaded in the bottom of the 1st with 2 away. Couldn't get anybody home there. The 2nd inning, they also had a chance to score. Could not do so in that inning either. No balls, 2 strikes to Alejandro Kirk. Snell kicks and deals, and the next pitch is fouled back towards the screen. Dude, look at this Miami Heat score. They are up 92-57 against the Memphis Grizzlies. And I believe Ja's playing. He is. 0-2. And that is down for a ball. What's up, Haley? I don't think I said hi to you before. Hi, Haley. What's up, Haley? Sounds like the Phillies leaving stranded men. Yeah, I know. 1-2 pitch. Foul ball towards the right side. So the count is 1-2. Nobody out, bottom of the 4th. The 1-2 pitch. That is a foul ball. You did, thank you. Oh, good. Good. I did say hi. I should just trust my instincts a little bit more. Because I thought I did. And then I was like, maybe I didn't. 1-2, and that is in the dirt for ball 2. Then I kind of felt bad. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Snell comes up and deals in the pitch. There's a fly ball. This one's hit out over towards right field. That's going to hit off the 328 sign. And Alejandro Kirk is going to single towards the right field wall. And he will get on over at first base. That was a 338-foot single for Alejandro Kirk. 328-foot, excuse me. The hubby's here with me, too. He's a big Vladdy fan. Got to see Senior play with the Expos. Let's go. Let's go. No worries. It's been a busy night. All right, bottom of the 4th. Nobody out. Varsho in the box. And Varsho sends one out over towards center field. This one has a chance, and we are tied up 2-2. A home run out to dead center field, and this crowd explodes. That's the first homer that Blake Snell has allowed since August 31st. Wow. So Kirk gets on with a 328-foot single. That one went about over 400 feet. So we're tied up 2-2. Here's Ernie Clement, and he flies one out over towards shallow left center field. Pages calls off Kike, and he will make the catch for the first out of the 4th. Gary Varsho's son hits a homer in the World Series. I didn't realize that was Gary Varsho's son. I didn't know that. Jeff Kerr just came up with that tweet. Gary Varsho played with the Phillies. He was with the Phillies in 1995. He was also the manager of the Phillies in 2004 and was a coach from 02 to 06. 0-1 on the way. Fly ball hit out over towards left center field. Kike's on the run, and he will make the catch for the second out of the inning. Hardcore, did you know that? I didn't know that. Also, the first homer versus a left-hander all season for Snell. Yes, that too. Thanks for adding that in, because yes, you're right. Andres Jimenez will now step on into the box, and he takes a curveball in the dirt. That's the first homer that he has allowed against a left-handed hitter all season. 1-0, foul ball. It was 2-0, and then Dalton Varsho tied it up on one swing and made it 2-2. One pitch, swing and a miss. Maybe he got injected with Kyle Schwarber muscles. Just kidding. He did it himself. Ohtani is taking some batting practice right now. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Here's the 1-2 on the way, and that is in the dirt for a ball. I don't know if you heard this, Hardcore, but did you know that Dalton Varsho is Gary Varsho's son? You remember Gary Varsho for the Phillies? 2 balls, 2 strikes. 2 outs, bottom of the 4th. I don't think you heard that. The 2-2 pitch, and there is a called strike 3 on the outside edge at the knees. And we are going to go to the top of the 5th inning. I'm going to drop Max Coverage TV's link in the chat right now. Let's go say hi to him. I did not know that. Yes. Gary Varsho, you managed with the Phillies. Also was a player with them for a year. All right, we'll be right back. There's Max's link. Let's go say hi to Max. Click on that link. Go tell him I said hi. And spread some love, baby. All right, be right back. Alrighty, here we go. No balls, one strike to Shohei Ohtani. Fluharty is on the mound, and he is ahead in the count now, 0-2. Mason Fluharty is pitching for the Toronto Blue Jays. Hey, Savage's night is done. 0-2 is the count. Ohtani is also 0-2. The 0-2 pitch to Shohei. That is outside for ball one. So that Max said he's getting a lot of bots tonight. You know what? As annoying as that is, though, 1 ball, 2 strikes in the 1-2, and that's outside for ball 2. That's good for him, though, because it means that he's getting attention, which is good. It does mean that he's getting traction. 2 balls, 2 strikes. I know it's annoying, though. The 2-2 pitch on the way. Strike 3 called, and there's 1 out in the top of the 5th inning. Bots are not a good thing, no. Well, it's annoying to deal with, but it does mean that he's getting attention on his channel. Celtics will be a lottery team's paradise. I would not. I think it's way too early to say that, but you might be right. I can't rule anything out. The pitch. There's ball 1 to Mookie Betts. who walked in the third, also scored a run. 1 ball, no strikes. And the 1-0 on the way is down for ball 2. Trey, 4 innings, 4 hits allowed, 2 earned runs, 3 walks. He also struck out 5 batters. 2-0 is the count to Mookie Betts. And the pitch. That is on the outside corner for strike 1. The Bucks win? I believe so. 2-1 offering. That is on the upper third of the zone for strike 2. Flyers are off tonight, huh? The 2-2 pitch to Betts. There's a ground ball, base hit up the middle. And Mookie Betts gets on for his second time tonight. A 1-out single by Mookie, and he is on over at first base. All right. Charge! The pitch. That's a cutter. Check swing. Did he go? He did not. John Boy said Varsho didn't see a fastball in his first at-bat against Snell. Jumped all over the first pitch fastball in his second. They're so good at noting those types of things. Here's the 1-0 pitch. That is in there for a strike at the knees. Here's something from Russell Dorsey. Trey Savage drew just 10 splitters tonight against the Dodgers. That's the fewest he's thrown in any of his 7 big league starts, regular and postseason. 1-1 pitch to Freeman, and I believe he got a piece of it. Hit right off the knob of the bat and went down. So that is a foul ball. Did go behind home plate. 1-2. That's a foul ball. Blue Jays this year finished 94-68. Dodgers were 93-69. 1 ball, 2 strikes, and the 1-2 pitch that is fouled back towards the screen. Toronto was also 54-27 at home. It's a very good home record. The money line is pretty even right now, so Vegas doesn't really know which one to choose. 1-2 pitch, foul ball. It's a 6-pitch at-bat. Cutters and sweepers have been utilized in this at-bat by Fluharty. On deck is Will Smith. Betts is on at first. 1 away. And the 1-2 pitch, and there's a fly ball. This one's hit out over towards center field. It'll stay in the ballpark, though. Varsho's there to track it down. He'll make the catch over on the warning track, and Betts will retreat back over to first base. And Freeman goes back to the dugout, shaking his head. Just warning track power. It looked like he actually got a pitch that was elevated, then just was not able to punch it out. And John Schneider has seen enough from Fluharty, and because of that, we will have a pitching change. So he faces 3 batters, gets 2 of them out, and Will Smith is now going to come on up to the plate. And the Dodgers and the Blue Jays, they will step aside. Don't forget, folks, hit that thumbs up button, subscribe to the channel, and hit the bell icons. My name is Jason Joseph. This is Play by Play with JJ. And make sure you guys turn on the notification bell icons too. Oh, man. Oh, gosh. It's been fun. Shout out to everybody in the chat. James is here. Haley's here. Hardcore's here. I remember when Vic played for the Eagles and always played best with the sun visor. Yeah. What did my Eagle sweater make you think about that? That's cool. Mason Fluharty, according to John Morosi, is the second Delaware native to pitch in the World Series, joining Rennie Martin of the 1980 Royals. Huh. Great night for Delaware. That's cool. Dude, that's so nice. Ugh. Man, baseball. I'm gonna miss it. I will miss baseball. I'm just happy that we have this time together and that we're able to enjoy these types of special moments. And again, I'm not going anywhere. I mean, I'm still going to be covering the Sixers. I will still be covering the Eagles. But I know that that doesn't interest some people. But if you guys do want to see me, I'll still be on here. I'm not going anywhere. Here is Sir Anthony Dominguez. This postseason, he has pitched in 7 games, and this will be his 8th appearance. On the very first pitch, Will Smith flies out over to right field, and the right fielder's there. He'll make the catch. That's Miles Straw. And the one pitch does the magic trick. And we're going to go to the bottom of the 5th, all tied up at 2 apiece. Easy as 1. All right. Hello, JJ. Hello, Eric. What is up, my friend? How are you? I'm here, and so is my husband, says Wendy. So Haley and her husband are in the chat. Wendy and her husband are in the chat. Let's go. Let's go. Anybody else? Anybody else have a couple in the chat? Shout yourself out. You guys are awesome. We're bringing in couples on here. That's so cute. I love it. I love it, man. Shout out to the couples. Let's go. That's good. I hope this World Series ends in 4 games so we can get to free agency as soon as possible, says Jose. So, Jose, my question to you then is that who are you rooting for in this series? Because essentially, that's just going to have to go to 4. So if you say, well, I want the Dodgers to win, you know, they got to take care of business in this game, and then it's like, all right, just get it done in 4. Just get it done. Have the World Series be over by Tuesday. That's basically what you want. So the World Series has to be over on October 28th from my man Jose. Shout out to Jose, by the way. Do I cover the Philadelphia Union? I do not cover the Union. No, I do not. We're so close to getting 80 likes. We need one more, baby. Been a Dodgers fan since Mike Piazza, Eric Karras, hopefully I said that correctly, and the Gary Sheffield days. Gary Sheffield, yes. Don't worry, JJ. Time flies so fast. Before you know it, it's going to be spring training. Yeah, I know. And I have a lot of stuff to do before then. So I kind of don't want it to fly, but I also want it to fly because I love baseball. I do. I love the sport. I can't. Every time I try to get away from it, it draws me back. I can't lie. There's a lot of nostalgia to it for me, and just a baseball fan at heart. Always will be. George Springer is up, and he takes a changeup that is down for ball one. Are you a hockey fan? I do like hockey. I'm not a diehard hockey fan like I am for baseball, but I do like hockey. 1-0 pitch, and there's a line drive, base it out to left field. Excuse me. And George Springer gets on with a leadoff single in the bottom of the fifth. Let's go, Jack. Come on, baby. Let's go. Bring out those bats. Davis Schneider is up. Pitch number 1 to Davis. And that is low, not by much, for ball 1. Blake Snell has given up 2 earned runs thanks to a 2-run shot by Dalton Varsho. 1 ball, no strikes. Who else is in the chat? We got Scott here. What's up, Scott? The 1-0 pitch. That is a changeup that is in there for strike 1. The Twitch community is here. 1 ball, 1 strike. Thank you. Davis Schneider is in the box. And the 1-1 pitch, and that is in the dirt for ball 2. Did Ovi get his 899th goal tonight? 2 balls, 1 strike. The 2-1 pitch. That looked like a ball, but it was called a strike in the eyes of the home plate umpire. Now the count is 2-2. Here's pitch number 80 for Blake Snell here. Before he actually does that, toss back over to first. It's not in time. Why do people seem to hate the Dodgers like a degree beyond rivalry? Says Donald. Well, first of all, you got to know who you're talking to, because we get a lot of Philly fans on our channel. So, of course, you know, Philly fans are a little bit salty about it. 2-2. And that is a foul ball. He did, JJ. Dude, congratulations to him. That's awesome. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Bottom of the 5th. Nobody out. I'll get back to that thought, though, in a sec. The stretch and the pitch. Ground ball hit over towards the third baseman. The throw to second. There's 1. The throw to first. There is 2. A double play. Davis Schneider sort of slid after he got past first base. That was a little bit awkward. But there are 2 outs in the bottom of the 5th inning. That is a big double play. Just what Blake Snell needed. Did he trip over the bag? Is that what happened? Let's see a replay here. I think he tripped. Boy. 5, 4, 3 around the horn we go. Why else? It's because, why do you think that people didn't like the Golden State Warriors? The pitch, and there's a swing and a miss. People didn't like the Golden State Warriors when Kevin Durant went over there because they already had a team that was 73-9, and although they didn't win, They were still expected to be a great team, and nobody could stop them. 0-1 pitch. That is up high. That's actually taken on the upper third of the zone for strike 2. The Dodgers have a super team. 0-2 pitch. Ground ball hit over to the second baseman, Edman, and the throw on over to first. That's in time for out number 3. And we're going to go to the top of the 6th. Still tied 2-2. And with that, we'll take a very quick step off and be right back. James, that was funny. That's funny, man. Hey JJ, what does GQ2EF mean after my name? Okay, so for some reason, and it is going on some other channels, we had a bug before. YouTube is having this bug where they don't display a user, they don't display your channel name. They display your Google account username. And so that must be your Google account username. I don't know what it stands for. I can guess. I can make my own acronym for it. But no, you must have put that into your username, my friend, when you made your Google account. For some reason, again, I can't fix it. That's just a YouTube bug. It's a YouTube problem. And hopefully they will fix that again soon. It happened before, and it doesn't display the channel names. It's stupid. That was funny. You got me on that one. Lewis Varland is warming up in the Blue Jays pen. Here's Teoscar against Sir Anthony Dominguez, and he fouls off the first pitch. We're in the top of the 6th. We're tied up 2-2. How did we get here, JJ? That's a very good question, chat. I will get you the answers right now. Kike Hernandez had an RBI single in the 2nd. Will Smith had an RBI single in the 3rd. And then Dalton Varsho tied it up with a 2-run home run. The 0-1 pitch. That is outside for a ball. That was funny, dude. I can't lie. You got me there. One ball, one strike. Dominguez kicks, deals, and the next pitch is down for ball 2. Chat, make me laugh. That was funny. That was funny. I can't just say that. I can't put people on the spot like that. The 2-1 pitch. And that is swung on and missed. A little bit more about Sir Anthony Dominguez, in case you're wondering with how he's done this year. During the regular season, his ERA was a 3.16. During the postseason, well, different story, 4.05. He's given up 3 earned runs in 6 2/3 of an inning. The 2-2 pitch, and that's a called strike. 3 at the knees. Teoscar says, no, no, no. And Will Little says, yes, yes, yes. Go back to the dugout. There's out number 2. So there is, out number 1. Getting a little bit ahead of myself. So Teoscar goes down looking. He is 0 for 3. And Max Muncy is in the box. Muncy takes outside for ball 1. So the count is 1-0. Hit that thumbs up button and subscribe to the channel, folks. Let's go. The 1-0 pitch. And that is up. That is actually down and away for ball 2. This game is going to extras, says James. I'll take it. I'd love for this game to go to extras. 2-0 pitch to Muncy. That is popped up. It's hit out over towards the third base side and foul ground. And the third baseman, Clement, is there. He'll make the catch. And there is 2 outs. There are 2 outs in the top of the 6th. Proper English, JJ. That'll bring up Kike Hernandez. Foul outs. So Kike is up. And the first pitch, swing and a miss. Really wish somehow you would call Flyers games. I hate the NBA so much, but that's okay. A lot of people love it, says Wayne. I'm just like, I appreciate it, man. I really do. I will try to do some. I promise you. I will try to do some. 1 ball, 1 strike. I just don't want to commit myself to all of them. Hockey is so tough. Calling it on the TV. I should get practice with it, I agree. But that also means I really do have to study. I do. I would love to do it, though. I'll do a couple for you, my friend. I will. The 1-1 swung on and missed. I will. The games do have to get covered somehow. 1-2 on the way. Swing and a miss, and Sir Anthony Dominguez all fired up. And we're going to go to the bottom of the 6th inning. Let's go. I got to go, says G. Vanoots. Don't go. You can't leave. You are mine. Just kidding. Just kidding. Have a good night, my friend. Thanks for stopping on by. Still got plenty of baseball left to go. Mike is here. Mike, shout out to you, man. What's going on? Give you a little high five. Hi, everybody. Hi, JJ. I just got out of work, and I'm glad to be here. Mike, how many games is this World Series going to? Are we going to 4, 5, 6, 7? Will there be a game 8? Just kidding. Thank you, JJ. Looking forward to you calling hockey. Yeah, I'll do some. All right, I will do some, and I will put out a schedule, and I will let you know which ones I do decide to do. I'm just not going to commit and do a full season, but I will do some, and I will try it out here on YouTube. It's not going to be my best. I will tell you that straight up. I will try my best for sure. It's just not going to be as polished. Just a fair warning. It won't be as polished. Mike says 5 games. Mike says it's going to go 5. Hi, JJ. It's been a while since the last Phillies game. It has. It's been since, what, October 9th. Man, it's been 15 days. Oh, gosh. That's crazy. Blake Snell's coming out to pitch the 6th. According to David Vissett. I hope I said that correctly. I do apologize. We love the San Diego Gulls. They are the minor leagues. But can you do the Kings? Says Wendy. That I can't do. I don't get the Kings games. And also, that would be very, very late my time. And I would like to have nights to sleep. Actually, wait. Yeah, I could do them. I'll just have to clone myself. Imagine if we could clone ourselves. Bo Bichette comes on up to the plate. And Bichette takes a changeup that is down for a ball. Part of me wouldn't actually want to do that, though, because I think that while, yes, I don't want to get all philosophical. 1 ball, no strikes. Here's the 1-0, and that is down for ball 2. Somebody complained the other day when I was doing the Sixers game that my mic was way too loud. Is the mic too loud? I feel like you guys would have said something by now, but I just want to make sure that the mic is not overpowering. The 2-0. That changeup is down for ball 3. Thank you, Wayne. I appreciate it. I do. Just got to study and prep. I got to prep. 3 balls, no strikes. The 3-0 pitch. And that is in there for a strike. Donald says I'm good on volume. Good. Emmett Sheehan is warming up in the pen for the Dodgers. Snell kicks, fires, and that pitch is fouled away. I'm good on volume. Let's go. 3-2 pitch. That is up high for ball 4. And there's a leadoff walk to start off the bottom of the 6th. Scratch that. Let's talk a little bit louder. That was high for ball 4. Let's go. All right, bottom of the 6th, then a leadoff walk for the Toronto Blue Jays, and that'll send Alejandro Kirk on up to the plate. So Bo Bichette is going to go back to the dugout. Isaiah Kiner-Falefa is now in as the pinch runner. So that is it for Bo. And Kirk now comes on up. Oh, man. Bottom of the 6th. Nobody out. And the pitch to Kirk. And he bounces one through the hole out to right field for a base hit. Kiner-Falefa puts the stop signs up over at second base, and the Blue Jays have 2 runners on. Make some noise, baby! What's funny is that same exact swing was sort of provided before by Bo Bichette earlier in the game, and that's how he got on with the single. And I believe Kirk did the same thing in the 4th. So a walk to Bichette. Kiner-Falefa came on in to pinch run, and Kirk singled. And Dalton Varsho is looking for a second chance to try to take Blake Snell deep. So Snell with 91 pitches and Dalton Varsho in the batter's box. All right, chat. Come on, baby. Come on, let's get active. Charge! That was better. That was better. Bottom of the 6th. Nobody out. Varsho, with the red batting gloves on, takes the first pitch down and away for ball 1. It was a curveball. They are playing Dalton the pole towards that right side. 1 ball, no strikes. Bottom of the 6th. Nobody out. And the 1-0 pitch. That is high for ball 2. What a great game 1. You could say that again. It's been a lot of fun. 2 balls, no strikes. Lefty versus lefty. The 2-0 pitch. That is a foul ball. Ernie Clement waits in the on-deck circle. Snell with 94 pitches. I don't think he's going to last much longer. The 2-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. And now the count is 2-2. His pitch count's getting pretty high. Again, Emmett Sheehan is warming up in the pen. It's 2-2 to Dalton Varsho. The pitch, and he fouls it away. Dalton did go 2 for 4 in his last game. Had that RBI base hit to tie it up in the bottom of the 1st. That was in Game 7 of the ALCS. And he tied up the game with a 2-run shot against the Dodgers. The 2-2 pitch. Low for ball 3. Drama here out in Toronto. They're knocking on the door. Snell kicks, fires, and another foul ball by Dalton. Varsho's hitting .260 against left-handed pitching and .232 against righties during the regular season. Can he come through? The 3-2 on the way. Fly ball. This one's hit out to right field. It's slicing foul. Boy, this crowd stood up thinking that that thing was going to go, and it just looked out of play. There's a Blue Jays fan saying, darn it. He just got out in front of it, not by much. Snell getting ready to throw another payoff pitch. And here it comes. It hits him right on the shoulder, and that's going to load the bases. Man, Varsho had to try to get out of the way, and he didn't really have a lot of time to react to that fastball. Thank goodness it didn't hit him near the head. It got him right on the shoulder. That still has to hurt. Oh, gosh. But the bases are loaded nonetheless. All right. Okay. Let's go. A hit by pitch. And you can hear them booing Blake Snell. That's going to be it for Snell. And Ernie Clement will come on up, and Emmett Sheehan will be introduced as the new pitcher for the Dodgers. So Sheehan comes on in. So whoever said that there's going to be 8 pitchers tonight, so far there's 4. Each team has had 2. Volume is how JJ keeps his prices so low. That's right. Speaking of prices, guys, hit the thumbs up button. Hit the subscribe button. You know what the price is for the thumbs up button and the subscribe button? Not a lot of things are free in life, but that is. That is. You don't have to pay a cent. You don't. What a great game. What's up? What's going on? The Ducks. Sorry. Scott? Is Scott here? Oh, Kinman is here. What's up, Kinman? Good evening to you, JJ. How are you doing tonight? I'm all fired up, man. How are you? What are your thoughts about this World Series? Let me know down below. So Blake Snell leaves the 6th inning without getting an out. And Ernie Clement is coming on up to the plate with the bases juiced. Bottom of the 6th. Nobody out. Bases loaded for the Jays. And Clement, who singled in the 2nd, is looking for another big playoff moment. I will tell you this, and I'm not trying to be biased here. I'm not trying to sort of not be biased. What's the right word? Say it in the moment. But I also was thinking, too, that my dark horse for winning World Series MVP was Ernie Clement. He is my dark horse. If the Blue Jays find a way to win this series, it would not surprise me if this man comes through. He's had a lot of big moments for them in the playoffs so far. Pitch to Ernie. That's a foul ball. Emmett Sheehan is in the game now. Again, there's no outs. In the postseason, he's gone 3 innings. He's given up 6 hits, and he has allowed 4 earned runs. 0-1 to Ernie Clement. 0-1 pitch. Line drive. Base hit up the middle. This will give the Jays the lead. And the bases are still loaded. 3-2 Toronto. Got a fastball down the middle, and Clement said, go out to center. Oh, man. Good moment for him. He is now 2 for 3 tonight. And by the way, that run does get charged to Blake Snell. He's still responsible, too, for the runners at 2nd and 3rd. So Isaiah Kiner-Falefa scored. Kirk is now at 3rd. Varsho's at 2nd. And Clement is over at first base. And up now is Nathan Lucas, who will pinch hit for Straw. First pitch to Lucas, swing and a miss. He got a slider that was twirling inside. The Jays have their first lead of the night. 3-2 Toronto. Don't forget to like. Don't forget to subscribe. 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss. You got a fastball there that was just on the upper tier of that strike zone. Dodgers pitching allowed 4 runs in the NLCS. And Blake Snell has given up 3 tonight. 0-2 pitch. Ground ball foul. Chopped over towards the first base side. Can't hear you, chat. Charge! 0-2 to Lucas. Muncie's playing in over towards that infield grass. 0-2 on the way upstairs. 18 more subs until we get to 81:30. The 1-2 on the way. That is inside and low for ball 2. Keep it clean in the chat, folks. Let's go. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Sheehan doesn't even have anybody out. The 2-2 delivery, foul ball. The last time that Emmett actually did pitch, it was in the NLDS against the Phillies. So he hasn't pitched in 15 days. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The 2-2 pitch, and that's outside for ball 3. Let us know who you're rooting for down below and say, let's go either Dodgers or Blue Jays. Come on, chat. Come on. 3 balls, 2 strikes. The payoff pitch on the way. That ball's popped up in the foul ground. Muncy gives it a look. Does he have room? No, he does not. It'll head out of play. Whoever just subbed, thank you so much. Keep hitting that sub button. You're all. The count is now full. Bottom of the 6th, nobody out. Base is loaded. 3-2 Toronto. The 3-2 inside for ball 4. Another run comes home, and it's now 4-2 Toronto. It is so loud out in Toronto. Here's Andres Jimenez, and he swings at the first pitch. It is a slider, and the count is 0-1. Got a piece of it. What's up, chat? No politics, baby. Come on. The balls, 1 strike. Hopefully my mod saw that. 0-1 pitch, and that is a foul ball. So that makes the count now 0-2. The ball is 2 strikes to Andres Jimenez, who is 0-2 tonight. Sheehan gets set just below the Dodgers letters, and the 0-2 pitch, that's high for ball 1. A lot of pressure on him. And there's still nobody out, by the way. 5 men have come on up to the plate. 1-2 pitch. There's a line drive. Another base hit out to right field. Clement will score. And that now makes it 6-2 Toronto. Let's go. Bases are still loaded. I say 6-2. I meant to say that it's still 5-2. 5-2 Jays. And George Springer is coming up. And he has a chance to bust this thing wide open. So Bichette walked. Kirk got on with a single. Varsho got hit by a pitch. Ernie Clement had an RBI single. Nathan Lucas had an RBI walk. And Andres Jimenez just hit an RBI single. And Springer is up at the plate. We all know what he did in his last game. Tonight he's 1 for 2, or 2 for 3, I should say, with 2 singles. First pitch to George. There's a ground ball chopped over towards the shortstop. Betts the throw to home. There's 1, and that's all that they're going to get. 6-2 fielder's choice. And that is the first out of the inning. And up next is Davis Schneider. Obviously a good play there by Mookie Betts. No chance that the runner was going to score. So again, one away, 6-2 fielder's choice. Addison Barger is going to pinch hit now for Davis Schneider. And John Schneider is just emptying out his bench. So Kiner Falefa came on in. Dave Roberts will make a move. And that's going to be it for Emmett. So in totality, Blake Snell gives up 5 earned runs in 5 innings. So now each of these runners are inherited runners for the next pitcher to deal with, and they would go to Emmett Sheehan if they all score. Mitch is here. What's up, Mitch? Shout out to Mitch Gofsky. If you're a Sixers fan, if you're a wrestling fan, if you're an Eagles fan, go follow my guy. Drop your link down below, my friend. It's amazing to see them having patient at-bats. Yes, they're patient, and not only that, they are playing small ball. They're playing small ball. They are also, from what I'm seeing here, they're also not going for the long ball. That sounds stupid. Yeah, that was stupid. They're playing small ball. So, yeah, of course they're not going to hit the long ball, JJ. That was stupid. But, yes, they're not swinging for the fences. That part is amazing. Yes, let's go. Steven is here. What's up, Steven? Mark says this is a surprise. Yeah, my final score prediction was 4-2 Blue Jays. That was incorrect. What else do people say is their final score prediction? What else? Let's go, LA, baby. Kinman is here. Is this Scott? Is that Scott? Is Kinman Scott? Let me know down below. Blue Jays take what they are given. They play an awesome brand of baseball. They do. Rich, I'm a Vikings fan. Friendly competition, but nice to see another non-Eagle fan, says Haley. You know who else is a Vikings fan, Haley? Larry. Larry is a Vikings fan. Mike Sports Vibes also is a Vikings fan, and actually he covers the Vikings. If you want to drop his channel down below, mods, you can. It's actually Mike Sports Vibes Balling. He covers his Vikings on there, but then he does the Sixers and the Phillies, and he will be doing the Flyers on his Mike Sports Vibes channel, on his Mike Sports Vibes Balling channel. So he does Mike Sports Vibes for his Vikings and Mike Sports Vibes Balling for the other ones. It is Scott. Good. What's up, Scott? 1 ball, no strikes to Addison Barger. The 1-0 pitch, and that is a foul ball. Dude, they cut back so quickly. It's like once they're out of the timeout, they're just ready to go. Bonda is pitching for the Dodgers. 1 ball, 1 strike. Vladdy is up next. The 1-1 pitch to Barger. That's outside and low for ball 2. That's why the Phillies are not here, because all they do is swing for the fences and strike out. Blue Jays play small ball. That's why they're here in the World Series. Agreed. 2 balls, 1 strike. The 2-1 offering. And there's a fly ball. This one's hit out over towards deep right field. And that ball is gone! Addison Barger blows the game wide open! And gets himself a grand slam! Magic in the air out in Toronto! 8 men have come on up to the plate for the Jays, and they've put up a total of 7 runs in this 6th inning. And now lead it 9-2. And insane. Wow. Addison Barger. That thing was shot out to right field, and that was the best swing of his career. And shout out, by the way, to John Schneider for putting him in. John Schneider making the right moves. And Vladdy is going to come on up to the plate. It's 9-2. This crowd's not even sitting down. They are standing up still and are absolutely loud. 9-2 Toronto in the bottom of the sixth with one gone. Oh my goodness. I was wrong about my final score. Guerrero with the first pitch. He fights this one off, sends it out to center field. That'll get down for a base hit, and that's another hit in this inning. The Jays have batted around. They now have 6 hits in this inning alone. 6. Or is that really 5? That's 5. 5 hits. And they've sent 9 men up to the plate. So that means that Isaiah Kiner-Falefa, he's technically the 10th batter because Bo Bichette started off the inning. But the 4th spot is due up. And the first pitch to Isaiah is swung on and missed. That's a single by Vladdy. And he is now 2 for 2 tonight. No balls, 1 strike in the 0-1. That is down and in for a ball. They got to Blake Snell. They got to the Dodgers bullpen. We've been saying that this Dodgers bullpen has their woes. 1 ball, 1 strike, and the 1-1 pitch. That ball is flied out over towards left field. It'll stay in the ballpark. Kike is there. He'll make the catch for the second out of the inning. And Vladdy will stay put over at first. Insane, man. So now it's Alejandro Kirk, who is 2 for 2 with a walk, 2 singles, and 2 runs scored. Addison Barger, well, he just put himself in the World Series MVP conversation. The pitch. That is taken for a ball. The only guys that don't have a hit for the Blue Jays in the starting lineup, Davis Schneider, who's 0 for 3, and Miles Straw, who's 0 for 2. The pitch to Kirk. He sends this one out over towards deep left center field, and that ball is gone! Have yourself a day, Alejandro Kirk! Nobody is sitting down. You get a hit. You get a hit. Wow, is this World Series crazy? Nine runs in this inning alone. Eleven to 2 Jays. And Dalton Varsho is up. It's 1 ball, no strikes. The 1-0 is popped up and hit out over towards shallow left field. Betts gets called off by Kike, and the inning is finally over. 11 men come on up to the plate. 12 men come up to the plate, I should say. And we will go to the 7th inning. 9 runs scored in that 6th inning by the Jays. And we'll be right back in just a few moments. Don't go anywhere. folks. Hit that thumbs up button. Hit that subscribe button as well. We are 16 likes away from 8130. And, yeah, my name is Jason Joseph. This is Play-by-Play with JJ. Here's an interesting stat. Martin Gallego said this. Alejandro Kirk is the first Mexican-born player to hit a home run in the World Series. Congratulations to him. Kirk is 3 for 3 with 3 runs scored, a homer, and 2 RBI. Dalton Varsho 1 for 3 with 2 runs scored, a homer, and 2 RBI. Ernie Clement is just 2 for 3. George Springer is just 2 for 4. Addison Barger came in to pinch hit for Davis Schneider, who was 0 for 3, and he hit a grand slam. I mean, just insane. Absolutely wild. This team would have whooped us, says John. It's just one game. It's just one game. But my gosh, this Blue Jays team has the momentum right now. And you know what, man? I love it. I love it. It is great for baseball seeing this Toronto Blue Jays team go out there and just destroy the Dodgers in the first game. It is good for the sport. I think that it's great for them because it goes to show that maybe the Dodgers aren't a juggernaut. I don't know. Again, like, there's still plenty of games left to go. This is just game 1. But, I mean, the Phillies did blow out the Dodgers in one of the games. Let's be real. But maybe this will be a series. I think it's going to be a good series. I've been very impressed with this game so far. 1 ball, no strikes. The 1-0 from Fisher, and that is outside for ball 2. Braden Fisher, 3 2/3 of an inning, 7 hits, 3 earned runs, 1 walk, and 6 strikeouts. Follow us on all the socials. Richie says, that is awesome. The 2-0, and that is inside and low for ball 3. Blake Snell's final line, 5 innings, 8 hits, 5 earned runs, 3 walks, and 4 strikeouts on 100 pitches. 3-0 pitch. That's outside for ball 4. And Tommy Edman able to get on with a leadoff walk to start off the top of the 7th inning. Bob Nightingale just posted something that I thought was interesting, and this was from Codify Baseball. Let's actually follow them. Let's follow Codify. That was the most runs scored in a single inning in a World Series game in 57 years. Top of the 7th, nobody out, and Pajes is up, and he takes a slider that's in the zone for strike 1. Smash them, baby. Let's go. No balls, 1 strike. We got 85 people watching. Let's get 100 likes in the chat, folks. 0-1 pitch. And that slider is up for ball 1. Also, according to Sarah Langs, 9 runs are the 3rd most in a World Series inning, behind only the Tigers, who did it in Game 6, and also the Philadelphia Athletics, who did it in Game 4. That was in the 7th inning. They both had 10 runs each in their innings. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Fisher kicks, deals, and throws it high for ball 2. Braden Fisher, 25 years old, from League City, Texas. He is 6'4". Last time he pitched, it was obviously against the Mariners. In that series, he went 2 innings, gave up 2 earned runs. The 2-2 pitch. Strike 3 called. And there's out number 1. Chris Bassett is getting warmed up in the pen for the Jays. And now Shohei Ohtani is coming on up to the plate. Whoa. We're at 102 likes. Thank you. 102 likes in the chat. You guys are. First pitch, strike one. Any sweeps in World Series history? Yes, absolutely. No balls, one strike. 0-1 pitch. And that is up high for a ball. I think, and chat, correct me if I'm wrong, the last World Series sweep was Giants-Tigers? Or was it Giants-Rangers? One ball, one strike. The 1-1 pitch. That is in the zone for strike two. Correct me if I'm wrong. The Dodgers and the Blue Jays guys were tied up 2-2 going into the bottom of the sixth. Mikey says, I'm going to sleep. Wake me up tomorrow. Wake up, baby! One ball, two strikes. Nobody goes to sleep in my chat. One ball, two strikes. One out, top of the seventh. Just kidding. 1-2 to Ohtani. Foul ball. He sort of squinted a little bit. He thought maybe he was going to hit somebody there. I was correct. Wait. Whoa. Was it Giants Rangers or Giants Tigers? I'm going to go with Giants Tigers. Because I think Giants Rangers was 2010. I believe that was 2010. I could be mixing up my years. 1-2 to shohei. Fly ball. This one's hit out over towards deep right field. And that ball is gone. Shohei Ohtani gets himself a 2-run home run to cut the deficit to 7. Giants Tigers 2012. Oh, so close. I should have trusted my instinct. Darn it. Giants Tigers. Crud. Alright, it's now 11-4. Ohtani, it's a 2-run shot. And Mookie Betts is coming up. Takes a slider in the zone for strike one. Brew says, thanks, guys. What's up, dude? What's up, my friend? No balls, one strike. The 0-1 pitch, that slider is in the zone for strike two. Chris Bassett still warming up for Braden Fisher. That's the second homer that he has allowed in the playoffs. 0-2 pitch, and that is down for a ball. Go Dodgers, says James. Charge! Hold up. Can't hear you. Charge! 1-2 pitch. Jack Swingy went around, and there is out number 2. So Betts is down on strikes. 2 outs in the top of the 7th inning. All right. He did. He went around there. By the way, the Spurs are up 118 to 112 in OT. Wow. Maple Leafs lost to the Buffalo Sabres. The Devils are 7-1 now. 7-1-0. Gosh. They've been playing so well. The ball is one strike to Freddie Freeman. 2 away. 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Freeman did chase after that curveball. The next one, long ball's next one, 105 to 95 against the Celtics. 0-2 pitch to Freeman. And he slices a foul. No balls, 2 strikes. 0-2 pitch to Freeman. Check swing. He did not go. Victor has 29 points and 11 boards. Wow. That guy's going to have a heck of a season, man. So is Edgecombe. The 1-2 pitch to Freeman. That ball is popped up out over towards shallow right field. Barger says he has it, and he does. And he'll make the catch for the third out. And we're going to go to the bottom of the seventh. It is 11-4 Toronto. 11 runs on 13 hits for the Toronto Blue Jays. Okay. Wemby also has 9 blocks? Huh? Dude, that guy is a blocking machine. Shohei Ohtani's 6 home runs are the second most, according to Sarah Langs, in a single postseason in Dodgers history, behind Corey Seager's 8 in 2020. He had 8 homers during that postseason. Yeah, that's right. Dude, I forgot. That's why he won World Series MVP. There was a trivia question the other day. Does anybody know? Here's a trivia question for you. You ready for this? Does anybody know which 3 players have won MVP and World Series MVP in the same season? Sorry, it's actually not 3. Just name me any player that has won World Series MVP and MVP in the same season. And I'll see if you get it correct. There's more than 3. There's more than 3. Albert Pujols. Did Albert Pujols win MVP and World Series MVP? No. There's more than 3. I lied. Joe Carter, no. And Derek Jeter, that is also a no as well. Dennis Eckersley. Did Dennis Eckersley do it? No. Jeter did not do it. You can double check. You can fact check me, but not according to this article. No balls, 1 strike. Rodriguez on the Rangers. No. Nope. It's 0-2, by the way, to Ernie Clement. Mike Schmidt. Yes, that's 1. 0-2. Foul ball. That's to Ernie Clement. This is Justin Robleski that's pitching, by the way. Anybody else want to take a guess? Chipper Jones. Chipper Jones is not on this list. Chipper Jones is not on this list. If you find, you can double again. This is a list. Kirk Gibson. That's correct. Kirk Gibson won MVP and World Series MVP. Doc Gooden. Nope. Cal Ripken Jr. Yes. So we got Cal. We got Schmidt. You're missing some. Joe Morgan. He did it twice. That's correct. He's the only guy, I believe, that has actually done it twice with the Reds. He did it in 1975 and 1976. Think about the more recent ones. There's some more. Darryl Strawberry. By the way, there's 2 outs here in the bottom of the 7th. Mantle. He's not on this list. Which doesn't mean, again, that that's not the case. Clemente. Nope. We'll take a couple more guesses. Think about the more recent ones. 2 balls, no strikes, by the way, to Andres Jimenez. We'll get back to the game soon. The 2-0, and that's up high for ball 3. Freddie didn't do it with us, did he? Freddie did not win MVP. Nope. Wade Boggs. Nope. 3 balls, 1 strike in the pitch. That's a foul ball. All right. We'll reveal the rest of the answers after this inning is done. Keep guessing. Fire away. Again, more recent. You guys are stuck on like the 90s. Think about the 2010s. Freddie Freeman was incorrect, though. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Think about the 2020s, the 2010s. That's all I got to say. Robinson. Did Frank Robinson do it? Oh, Frank Robinson. I thought I saw him on this list. No. Robinson did not do it. Robinson actually won it in both leagues, though, I believe. 3 balls, 2 strikes. The 3-2 pitch, ground ball, hit over towards the second baseman, and the throw on over to first base. That's in time for out number 3. All right. World Series MVPs and MVP winners in the same season. All right, we're going to start off from oldest to newest. Boog Powell for the Orioles did it in 1970. Reggie Jackson. Surprised that nobody said Reggie Jackson. 1973. Joe Morgan did it twice. Larry got that. Louis Stargell for the Pirates. Nobody said him, according to my recollection. Mike Schmidt, 1980. That was correct. Cal Ripken Jr., 1983. Willie Hernandez with the Tigers. The rare pitcher to win both the MVP award and the Cy Young award in the same season. Crazy. And yes, 1988, Kirk Gibson. 2012, Larry did say Buster Posey, and that is correct. 2016, Chris Bryant won World Series MVP and the MVP that year. 2017, we got Jose Altuve, who won MVP and World Series MVP. We had 3 years in a row. Mookie Betts, 2018, won MVP and World Series MVP. And last but certainly not least, wait, that's incorrect. It wasn't Shohei Ohtani. Ohtani didn't win MVP and World Series MVP in the same season, did he? No, Freeman won the 2024 World Series MVP. Why is that? Why did they say that? Freddie Freeman, World Series MVP. That was incorrect. That was incorrect. That part was wrong. That was according to this article. That could have been wrong. That could have been wrong. Who won 2024 World Series MVP? It was Freeman. Freddie Freeman won the World Series MVP. Ohtani didn't win World Series MVP. Yeah, he didn't. And by the way, Steve Pearce won World Series MVP in 2018. So that article was wrong. I apologize. That's crazy. Who won World Series? Who won MVP and World Series MVP in the same year? I feel embarrassed for that. That's awful. That was a lie. The ball is 2 strikes. Every player to win MVP and World Series MVP in the same season. This article says Sandy Koufax, Frank Robinson, Reggie Jackson, Mike Schmidt, and Willie Stargell. That's weird. Crazy. All right, 1 ball, 2 strikes. There's a ground out over to second base, and there's out number 1 to start off the 8th inning. I'll get back to the game. I should have looked at the sources before. Should have done that. One out, top of the 8th. Teoscar Hernandez is up. He is 0 for 3. Make sure you hit the thumbs up button, subscribe to the channel, and turn on the bell icons, folks. Let's go. Altuve, yeah, he did not win. All right. 1 out, top of the 8th. That sweeper is in the zone. Dude, that article was published by MLB.com, too. What the heck? Josh Hamilton won AL MVP and ALCS MVP. The ball is 1 strike. And the pitch, swing and a miss. So the count is 0-2. We're in the top of the 8th. 1 out. Nobody on. And Bassett is pitching. Gets set above the belt. Kicks. Fires. And the 0-2 is up high for a ball. Correct. You're right. You're right, Larry. Because he had the big swing that year. That's correct. 1-2, foul ball. Two balls, 2 strikes. The pitch. And that is inside for ball 2. Did Chipper Jones win World Series MVP and MVP in same year? The 2-2 pitch from Bassett. That is down for a ball. He won the NL MVP in 1999. Didn't even win the World Series MVP that year either. 3 balls, 2 strikes. We're in the top of the 8th. 1 out. Teoscar Hernandez in the box. Payoff pitch, and that is low for a ball. And that's going to put a runner on over at first. So Kevin Gausman is going to pitch tomorrow. And Yoshinobu Yamamoto will pitch as well. Gausman for the Blue Jays and Yamamoto for the Dodgers. We'll be covering that game. We're not doing the Sixers tomorrow. We're doing the World Series. Oh, this isn't at Dodger Stadium. This is out in Toronto, my friend. The Blue Jays are the home team. The ball is 1 strike. We're in the top of the 8th. Max Muncy is up. One out. Muncy, 1 for 3. The pitch. That is outside and high for a ball. Oops, my bad. You're right, it is empty. The 1-1 pitch. That's in there for a strike. It is more than half empty. You're right. The 1-2 pitch. That is a foul ball. Mike. That's funny. Like, that's funny. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And 1 away in the top of the 8th. 1-2 pitch to Muncy, and that is up high, not by much. You're a happy man tonight. That's good. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Kaishan George tonight, 34 points, 11 rebounds. Two-two pitch, swing and a miss. And there is out number 2. This is the second time in World Series history there's been at least 1 Grand Slam in consecutive World Series. It happened in 87 and 88 as well, according to Sarah Langs. Let's go. 2 outs, top of the 8th. Kike is in the box, and he looks at a sinker that is in the zone for strike 1. Other scores around the league, we'll get to that once this inning is done. Bassett ahead in the count, 0-1. The pitch, that is high for a ball, and we'll get to it now. In the NHL, we'll start there first. In the National Hockey League, Buffalo won 5-3 against the Toronto Maple Leafs, who, by the way, are now 3-4-1 on the season. You can believe that. 1 ball, 1 strike. The 1-1 pitch. That's a foul ball. The Devils are 7-1-0. Who would have thought that? Sharks are 1-5-2. Devils beat the Sharks 3-1. That was the final score there. The Washington Capitals, they won out in Columbus. 5-1 was the final score out in Columbus. And the Winnipeg Jets are now 6-2-0. They won 5-3 against the Calgary Flames. Here's the next pitch. Swing and a miss. Inning over. And it's time to go to the bottom of the 8th inning. In the NBA, the T-Wolves lead at 61-58 against the Lakers. That is in the second period. Second quarter, I should say. With 2:55 left to go. Brother JJ, I love you. JJ, I'm Buzz. That's good, man. Just remember to keep it clean in the chat, my guy. I love you too, though, man. Shout out to you. The Trailblazers, they're up 63-55 with 41 and a half seconds left to go before halftime. The Kings, they're up 49-46 against the Jazz at the half. The Suns and the Clippers, they are tied 28 with 3 minutes and 11 seconds to go in the first quarter. You got the Bucks winning 122-116 against the Raptors. You got the Hawks winning 111-107 against the Magic. The Cavaliers won 131-124 against the Brooklyn Nets. The Knicks, they beat the Celtics 105-95. The Pistons won 115-111 against the Rockets. Man, these Rockets, dude, I feel bad for them. Lost a big game in overtime, and they lost another heartbreaker tonight. And then the Heat put up 146 points. They put up 86 points at halftime. 86. They scored 44 in the first, 42 in the second, and that was crazy. The Spurs won 120-116 in OT, and the Wizards, they beat the Mavericks 117-107 in regulation. Okay, Sixers on pace for undefeated season, says Larry. I guess so. I love EJ Edgecombe. I can't lie. I really like watching the kid. They're not going to do it to me, though, Larry. They're not. They're not going to do it to me. I'm excited for the future. Don't get me wrong. They have a nice future ahead of them. But I'm not. I'm just waiting to see how things go. That's what I'm doing. I like VJ a lot. I like Jared McCain a lot. I like that Barlow kid. That's Dominic Barlow. Man, what a debut he had. And then, of course, I love Tyrese Maxey. How can you not love Tyrese Maxey? That guy deserves a championship. He does. Bottom of the eighth, the pitch. That's a foul ball. Card is here. What's up, Card? Cooper Flag is 0-2, says Richard. So, yeah, says Richie. I'm just playing the bell for you. Shout out, Richie. Checking in on the game. Do my eyes deceive me, or is there a 9-run inning in the 6th inning for the Jays? Yes, that is correct. Will Klein is pitching. So, in case you're just tuning on in, the Dodgers are down 11-4. I say 11-2. I meant to say 11-4. Springer is up, and he chases after a sweeper that was outside. It's now 1 ball, 2 strikes. Springer is 2 for 4 tonight. 1-2 is the count. And the 1-2 pitch. Foul ball. It was a 2-2 game going into the bottom of the 6th inning. Klein gets set just below the letters. He winds up and fires. And Springer hits this one out over towards shallow left field. Kike is there. He'll make the catch, and there's one gone. Kike did have an RBI single in the 2nd inning to put the Dodgers up 1-0. And then Will Smith had himself an RBI single in the top of the 3rd. Made it 2-0. Dalton Varsho tied it up against Blake Snell and made it 2-2 on a 2-run shot out to dead center. That was the first homer that Blake Snell has allowed against a left-handed hitter this year. Barger is up, and Barger does take a 4-seamer at 100 miles per hour. That was also his first homer that he had allowed since late August. The ball is 1 strike, and the pitch to Barger. Ground ball, base hit out to left field. And Addison Barger gets on with a 1-out single. Then in the bottom of the 6th, Ernie Clement had himself an RBI single to make it 3-2. Nathan Lucas got on with an RBI walk with the bases loaded. Andres Jimenez had himself an RBI single right after that. And then Addison Barger came on in the pinch hit, and he hit himself a grand slam. And then Alejandro Kirk, just with the cherry on top, the 2-run homer to make it 11-2 Toronto. And then Shohei Ohtani did hit a 2-run shot in the top of the 7th to make it 11-4. The ball is 1 strike to Vladdy, who's 2 for 3. The ball is 1 strike. 1 out, bottom of the 8th. 0-1 pitch. Foul ball. So Barger is 2 for 2 with the grand slam and the single. Joel reminds me of Jim Thome's final year with the Phillies. I'm a big Joel Embiid'sman, man. I feel the same about the Vikings. This season, it's over. 0-2 pitch. That is down for a ball. I'm not saying that it's over for the 76ers. I'm not saying that at all. I just don't have any expectations. I don't. They could be a play-in team, or they could honestly be a contender. They could. It's not out of the... I just don't know which version we're going to get. 1-2. That's a fly ball hit out over towards right center field. That's going to be caught for out number 2. They could be a contender. I would say... Honestly, I'm like in the middle. All I just want is some exciting basketball. I want to have something to look forward to. I want to have a future, and that's it. The ball is 1 strike to Isaiah Kiner-Falefa. He did foul off the first pitch. Oh, 1 foul ball. JJ, have you processed the gambling arrest scandal? Seismic. It's crazy. It is really crazy. I haven't processed it. 0-2 pitch. Fly ball. Hit out over towards shallow left field. Kiki is there. He'll make the catch, and we're going to go to the 9th inning. Last chance for the Dodgers. It's 11-4. Toronto, Edman, Pages, and Ohtani are due on up. Do you use the bad pitchers to finish the game and save the good pitchers for later, says Richie. I think at this point, you wave the white flag. You come back tomorrow. Well, now obviously you're going to the 9th inning. So if you're the Dodgers, but I guess if you're the Blue Jays too, you can't put you can't give this Dodgers team life. I personally would try to use some of their best pitchers. Maybe not go to Hoffman, but maybe, I don't know, did Varland pitch today? I don't think Varland pitched. I think he was loosening up before. They're going to go to Eric Lauer. And I don't think that that's such a bad move. I don't. Lauer did pitch he pitched in 1 game against the Mariners. So, and they were getting blown out. That was game 2. But that was when the Blue Jays lost. I think in this situation, it's fine to put him in here. I do. So, folks, my name is Jason Joseph. This is Play by Play with JJ. Make sure you guys hit that thumbs up button and hit that subscribe button too. We are going on for all the World Series games. We cover the Sixers too. We cover the Eagles on this channel as well. And of course the Philadelphia Phillies. But we are a baseball first channel, and the other stuff does come secondary. I don't think people realize how huge this is in relation to sports gambling. Never seen anything even close. No, it is unbelievable, and it's sad. I think it's sad, but it is wild. I would have never thought anything of it. Varland did not pitch. Oh, he's not going to pitch tonight unless something crazy happens. But thanks for telling me. Should not Kershaw be in right now? Well, the Dodgers are batting. So. But should he have pitched in this game? After Emmett Sheehan pitched? Maybe. Maybe you put him in for the 8th inning. I don't know. I don't know what Dave has in mind for Kershaw. I don't know. I don't know. Excuse me. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to be rude. We're going to the 9th inning. Tommy Edman will lead it off, batting on the right side. Lauer with the first pitch, and Edman pops it up right behind home plate. Kirk will give it a look. Does he have room? Yes, he does, and there is out number 1. Lauer was 9-2 during the regular season. He had a 3.18 earned run average. He struck out 102 batters in 104 innings and gave up just 26 walks. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. One out, 9th inning. There's a curveball that is in the zone at the knees for strike 1 to Andy Pages. Tomorrow night, same time, same place. Out at the Rogers Center. We won't be there. Maybe we will. But we'll be live on here, that's for sure. It'll be Gosman going up against Yamamoto. 1-0 pitch was in there for a strike. It's now 1 ball, 1 strike. Up next is Shohei Ohtani. The 1-1 pitch, and that one just misses inside for ball 2. Blue Jays are 77-5 when scoring 5+ runs. That is the best record in baseball, and that stat is according to the Foxcast. 2-1. The line drive hit out to right field, and that's caught by Barger for the second out of the inning. 1 more out to go, baby. All righty. 1 more out to go. Hit that thumbs up button. We got a little post-game show after this too, so don't go anywhere. I want to hear your thoughts on this game. 2 outs, top of the 9th. Ohtani in the box. First pitch to Shohei, swing and a miss. There's a fastball down the pike. Card is here. Richie's still here. Shout out to Haley. Shout out to Lydia. Shout out to Larry. Shout out to all you guys. 0-1 pitch. Down in the way for ball 1. The 1-1 pitch to Shohei Ohtani. That is outside and low for ball 2. Guerrero was a stud. Tell you, Addison Barger's a stud tonight. 2 balls, 1 strike. The 2-1 offering. That is low for ball 3. I'll tell you who else is a stud tonight. Alejandro Kirk. Again, we'll talk more about it. Three balls, 1 strike to Shohei Ohtani. The 3-1 pitch, that's a high for ball 4. And Shohei does walk his way over to first base with 2 outs. We have 109 likes in the chat. You guys are MVPs, baby. The balls, 1 strike to Mookie Betts. Stay on for this post-game show because I really want to hear your thoughts. I do. Toss back over to first, and Ohtani is safe. Vladdy says, hold it a sec. Will John Schneider challenge this? They're going to the phone. It's close. Did he get his hand back there? I don't know. They're showing different replays here. I think he just got his hand back in there. They're still looking at it. Or they're still showing replays. So I guess that means that they're challenging. That's close. They are going to challenge. Is the ball game over? Is the ball game over? That was close. Looking at the third camera, I don't know if they're going to have enough conclusive evidence to overturn it. But it was a close play. You're the Blue Jays. I mean, like, what do you have to lose? Showing a replay of a pickoff attempt. Is that Koji Uehara? Against the... Yeah, that's right. Against the St. Louis Cardinals. Shohei smiling over at first. Sharing a laugh. So, the challenge was unsuccessful. And Betts will step back on into the box. It's no balls, one strike. No balls, one strike. Lauer kicks, fires, and the pitch is high for a ball. I just gotta say, like, what an offensive performance by these Blue Jays. 1-1. That's a foul ball. It just makes you realize that small ball is still impactful. And again, I don't like to always bring up the Phillies in this sense, but I gotta. Because guess what they didn't do in that series? They tried to play long ball, and it didn't fully work. And now you're looking at the Blue Jays here, and the reason why they got in was because of that. 1-2 pitch, and that is up high for ball 2. Final strike for the Dodgers. The 2-2 pitch, here it comes. Fly ball hit out over towards left field. It's slicing foul, and it will go out of play. Dodgers are down to their final strike. Two and two is the count. Lauer trying to end the game here. Kicks, deals. That ball is fouled away. After this, I can watch Luka and the Lakers, says James. They're up by 5. Spoiler alert. The game is at the half. Got our post-game show. We'll talk all about it. The 2-2 pitch to Mookie Betts. Swung on and missed. And the Toronto Blue Jays take game 1 and go up 1-0 against the Dodgers. Let's go! All I gotta say is this, man. I really just have to tell you that the Toronto Blue Jays might just have the team to do this. I think that in baseball, we've seen throughout the years that this sport really just deals with momentum. It's about riding a hot wave. The Dodgers just swept the Milwaukee Brewers. The Blue Jays just punched them in the mouth. They said, Blake Snell, you know what? Okay. Bases are loaded. We can't get a run there. We can't get a run in the second inning with runners on at first and second. That's no problem. We're down 2-0. That's not an issue. After Alejandro Kirk hits a 318-foot single, Dalton Varsho gets a fastball down the middle, and that was his first. He didn't get any fastballs in that first at-bat against Blake Snell. And he got one there, and he took it out to center field, and all Pages could do is just watch it hit the backstop, or the backdrop. It was gone. That center field wall is where that ball landed. What I found was really interesting with what the Blue Jays' strategy was in that sixth inning, after they tied the game there, was John Schneider said, you know, after Bo Bichette walked, he took him out. And to be honest with you, I thought that from that perspective, taking them out there wasn't such a bad decision because there's still a lot of games left to go. And Isaiah Kiner-Falefa was playing really well. And I think that he sort of knew that the Jays were going to go on a run there, or that something was going to happen. I do. I think that he had a gut feeling that something big was going to happen in that inning, and I was fine with him taking them out there. If you're the Dodgers, though, and again, I will talk about Dave Roberts in a second, but if you're the Dodgers, you say to yourself, okay, Blake Snell walks Bo Bichette. Do you take him out in that moment? I think it should have been a yes. So Bichette walks in that sixth inning, and then Alejandro Kirk gets on with another single, and then Varsho, they go out there and they go to talk to Blake Snell. They're still getting Sheehan warmed up. Snell hits Varsho on, I believe, a 3-2 count. Gets him right in the shoulder. That was scary. And then that loaded the bases. And then they took him out then and there. And then the Blue Jays, once Blake Snell was out of the game, we all knew how bad this Dodgers bullpen was and is. This Dodgers bullpen is not good. What was carrying them in the LCS and the LDS and even in the wild card series was their starting pitching. Their starting pitching was going 7, 8, and even Yamamoto at one point did go 9 innings. This team is beatable. They're not so much a juggernaut if you get to their bullpen. If you beat the starting pitching, if you take them out of the game, you can beat this team. And the Blue Jays did show tonight that this Dodgers team is beatable. Now, I want to hear your thoughts down below, and I want to ask you, what did go wrong for the Dodgers? And why do you think the Blue Jays were able to explode the way that they did tonight? I think that they exploded because Blake Snell was leaving mistakes out over the middle of the plate, and it was just a matter of time for them to get to him. They couldn't capitalize in the beginning. This game really should have been, if we're being honest, it should have been like 18-4. The Blue Jays should have gotten more runs in that first inning. They should have. Should have gotten some runs in that second inning. Couldn't do so. But man, that was fun. That was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed that. I thought that it was a great way to start off the World Series. Shout out to, I know that Trey got into a lot of trouble today, but I actually thought that against this Dodgers lineup, I thought that he gave you what you needed. And the bullpen really didn't have to sweat a whole lot. No, they didn't have to do so. Mason Fluharty, though, pitched very well. Sir Anthony Dominguez pitched great. Oh, my goodness. 1 in the third, no hits, 2 strikeouts. Sir Anthony Dominguez did his job. He did. He cooled down that fire. And he kept you involved. At that point, it was 2-2. So he definitely kept you in this game. I still think the series is at least going to 6 games, says Larry. I do too. And I still have, I still say that it's going to 6 games. I do. Favorite moment of the game. My favorite moment of the game was when Nathan Lucas. Actually, sorry, no, it was the Ernie Clement RBI single. Ernie Clement has not been getting a lot of love throughout this playoffs, and you know what? I gotta shout him out because this guy was destroying the Yankees. Ask the Yankees how they felt about facing that guy at the plate. This guy is batting, what, 435 in the playoffs? He's getting overshadowed by Vladdy Guerrero Jr. And even Addison Barger, who, by the way, he's batting 324, but he's hitting the ball so well. But Ernie Clement, this guy has been great. This guy is now on a 6-game hitting streak. A 7-game hitting streak, I should say, during the playoffs. This dude is just getting hit after hit, and he's scoring runs for them. And with a lineup where you have Vladdy, Bo, Kirk, Varsho, and Clement in the middle of your order, that's scary. Because these guys are just stepping up. And Ernie Clement has been so efficient. And I can't say enough about him. He's playing a very good third base defensively. And it just looks like, I mean, he had a swing today in that second inning where Blake Snell is throwing one in the dirt, and he has a shovel swing and just, sort of golfs it out to left. You know how, like golfers will have, like, that, like, one swing, like, where they're just going to they're not going to try to hit it far, but they just, try to shovel it in the air and just flick it. That was sort of like the swing that he had there. That pitch was going into the dirt. This guy is just such a pure swing and just has really good, has a very good baseball IQ. I want to make sure I give him love. Dalton Varsho's swing, that was awesome too. That was awesome as well. Isn't it fun watching teams play small ball? That's what the game is all about. The game wants to get away from the analytics. They want to steer away from all the stats, they want to steer away from all of, like, the eye test stuff. But ultimately, at the end of the day, the teams that go far and that win this whole thing play some sort of small ball. They bunt, they hit sac flies, they get guys over. And in the Blue Jays case today, they didn't get the big swing until the 6th inning. And it really wasn't until Addison Barger's at bat. Everything else was all small ball. Bichette's walk. Alejandro Kirk had a single that went right through the 4-3 hole. That wasn't really a hard swing there. And then Varsho got hit. And then Clement, as soon as Emmett Sheehan came into the game, his single up the middle It was hit hard, but he put it in the right spot. And then Lucas gets on with the walk. And then Jimenez had that RBI, I believe it was an RBI infield single. I could be wrong there, but that ball wasn't really hit too hard either. They set the table up and played small ball. It's just funny to me how that works hand in hand with baseball. Everybody's trying to steer away from the everybody's trying to steer away from the eye test. They're focusing more on BABIP, on whiff rate, and like all these other extra stats, and they're trying to not let guys chase, but they're not going back to these fundamentals. And at the end of the day, fundamentals is what won the Blue Jays this game. And here's where Dave Roberts screwed up. If you're the Dodgers here, what really did go wrong? Let's talk. Straight up, what he did wrong was this. Blake Snell, in that sixth, so in the fourth inning, he throws a mistake. It's tied 2-2 now. Okay? He's lucky he gets the double play to get out of the fifth. He had a little jam there. And then in the sixth inning, he walks Bo. Okay, this guy's at like 90 pitches. So you already know that Emmett Sheehan is going to come on in. And he said, I'm saving Emmett for Ernie Clement. I'm saving him for Ernie. He has to face Bo, Kirk, and Varsho. Meanwhile, Varsho cooked him the last time, if you didn't see that. And this guy gives up a walk to Bo. Kirk does single. After the Kirk single, you got to take him out. After the Kirk single is when you had to take him out. Because you don't want to lower his confidence. And then you're asking your bullpen, by the way, Emmett Sheehan has to come on in with the bases loaded. What are you doing? Are you insane? Are you absolutely out of your mind? What manager in the World Series does that? You don't do that there. You just don't. End of story. When these managers do that, you're putting in a guy to fail. Especially Emmett Sheehan, who really hasn't been in a spot like that before. Do you trust him out there with the bases loaded and nobody out? Crazy. What else is crazy is that the top of the Dodgers order today went 2 for 11. And the top of the Blue Jays order today had 6 hits. They were 6 for 14 with 3 runs scored and a grand slam. That was the difference. This Blue Jays team could be something. They might have something cooking. Now, when it comes to the pitching matchups for tomorrow, okay, I want you to understand this. Yamamoto can pitch. Kevin Gausman has not been bad for this Blue Jays team. I think that this is going to be a close matchup here. I do feel that way. I'm curious to see how Yamamoto does under this type of pressure. Because now there's pressure on the Dodgers. The Dodgers didn't really have pressure before. They didn't have pressure before. Even when the Phillies won Game 3, I said to myself that the pressure would be on the Dodgers. There really wasn't pressure on the Dodgers. The pressure was on the Phillies to take Game 4. The pressure was on them to do it. Now the pressure's on LA. And how did they respond? I don't know. I don't know. But my question to you, chat, my question to you is, now that game one went the way that it did, do you still believe that the Dodgers are going to win this thing? Or has your mind shifted? Or did you think that the Blue Jays were going to win all along? Please let me know in the comments down below, even if you're watching this on the playback. And with that, I will get to your comments. I think it's also funny, too, by the way, that Vladdy, again, wasn't the guy. You thought that maybe Addison Barger would just get on base and that they would set the table up for Vladdy to hit the grand slam. It was Barger's moment. It wasn't Springer either. It wasn't Springer. It wasn't Bo. It wasn't Vladdy. It wasn't even Ernie Clement. It was Addison Barger. Crazy. Thanks again for the play-by-play. I got you, man. No worries. No worries. Sometimes a blowout is easier to brush off than a close, hard-fought loss. They can linger, says Larry. I still think the series is going at least 6 games, and I do too. I still feel that same way as well. I believe that this is still going to go to 6 games, but my thoughts still haven't changed. I do think that the Dodgers will still find a way to win this, but now the pressure's on them. It wasn't like that even. It wasn't even like that they lost 3-2. They got smoked in that 6th inning. And Dave Roberts better pray, and the Dodgers better pray that they don't have to go to their bullpen that early. Because if they do, GG. It's game over. Jays will try, but the Dodgers fan seen this before. No worries. This Blue Jays team is not scared. That's the other thing, too, about them. But I don't think that the Dodgers are scared either. I think that the Dodgers have a very good mental makeup. I do feel that way. But the Blue Jays, they kind of make me think of, I can't really compare them to anybody. I've never seen anything like them before. Jays starters got to keep it close to till the bullpens. Then they've got the advantage. Yeah, that's the one thing that kind of does concern me a little bit too, especially when I look at the pitching matchups for tomorrow. Look, Kevin Gausman, he can do it, right? This guy has been here before. This guy has been in some tough spots. He has. The last time he pitched, he went 5 2/3. I think that if he goes 5 to 6 innings tomorrow, I think that should put you in a good enough spot to feel like, all right, he put the Blue Jays in a position to win. Obviously, he can't fall behind. And if you're the Blue Jays, you don't want to do that either, because then you're relying on your offense, and the offense can do work, but that puts more pressure on you. I don't think that they want that. Despite all logic, Roberts is managing in the World Series. I was kind of surprised to not see Barger in the lineup tonight, says Haley. Was I surprised? I wasn't, because lefty versus lefty. But they did go to Varsho. I think that Dalton Varsho has done a very good job to earn himself a spot as an everyday center fielder. But I also found it interesting, too, that they didn't play Addison Barger, because Barger still gives you something defensively over at third or even in the outfield. But yes, I'm not shocked that that didn't happen, but I'm also like, yeah, no, they didn't go to him. And the way that John Schneider used him, I mean, he put him in a good spot, put him in a great spot. And John Schneider, I think, is also, he outmanaged. I mean, clearly outmanaged Dave Roberts. It's not even close. This guy was pushing all the right buttons tonight. Took Bo Bichette out. Said, you know what? Get your rest. We need you tomorrow. We don't want to rush you back. You did your job. You got on with a walk there. And that was going to be it for him. I was okay with that because this Blue Jays team, when I look at them, they have depth. They are pretty deep. They got a lot of good pieces. And Isaiah Kiner-Falefa was one of those guys that was hitting in the 8-9 spot in the ALCS that was actually making some big-time plays and was getting some big hits. So for him to come on in, I was fine with it. I felt like, okay, that's cool. I'm curious, and I just thought about this. I'm curious to see if Andy Pages is going to be removed in the lineup. Because this guy, and again, I feel bad for him. I do. I feel bad for him personally because he is a rookie. Okay? And he had himself a pretty good regular season. This guy just has not found a rhythm at the plate. I'm curious to see if they are going to still go to him because clearly you're playing 8 guys because this guy just cannot get a hit at the plate in the playoffs. He cannot get a hit. I'm curious if they take him out of the lineup and if they decide to maybe put in Tommy Edman out in center field and maybe go to, I don't know, maybe try to utilize one of their bench pieces over at second. I don't know. I'm spitballing here. I'm spitballing because Andy Pages just cannot hit. He has not been able to hit. His batting average is terrible right now. He's a great player, and he always kills us. Absolutely, Haley. But he's hurting them. And I'm not telling you that if, you take Andy Pages out of the game and they win. No, but that's another layer to their team where he's clearly not helping them, right? He's not playing well. Maybe you decide to put in Miguel Rojas at second base, and then you put Tommy Edman out in center field. Right, it's a Rojas situation. Yes, a Johan Rojas. Yep, I agree. So, I don't know. I don't think that Dave Roberts would go there because Dave Roberts, to me, is a player's manager, and he's not. I don't think he'd be willing to do that. Maybe if it goes back to Game 3 and they're down 2-0, then he might do that out of desperation. But clearly this guy just cannot find a groove at the plate. He has been so bad. So, I don't know. I find that interesting. We think that Max Muncy's not having a good postseason, and we think that Freddie's not having a good postseason. This guy is he's unplayable. He's unplayable. So, that's a question that they have to deal with. Another thing from a Dodgers perspective that I just thought about too is this. So Yamamoto pitches tomorrow. Okay. Who's going to be available out of the bullpen? If this guy gets crashed tomorrow, if the Blue Jays offense goes out there and they dominate, and they take him out of the game early, what do you do? you're screwed. You're screwed. Treinen's going to be available, right? But what? Go to Clayton Kershaw for like 3 to 4 innings? I don't know. I'm sure that they're probably thinking about scenarios. But if Yamamoto's getting cooked out there, you're screwed. I don't know what else you do. So now you're banking on Yamamoto to pitch well. Tyler Glasnow's not going to pitch. I mean, you got Roki Sasaki available, yes. But what, are you going to turn Sasaki into a starter? Yeah. Imagine reaching the World Series when you're mired in a slump. You can't break out of. Sometimes that's life. You're right. You're right. And, you know, it's funny, and I'm not trying to jinx anything, but Freddie Freeman was in the worst slump of his career before he hit that grand slam last year. That was the worst slump, one of the worst slumps of his career in those playoffs last year. That guy was batting under 200. The guy was literally, I believe that it was like 120. I believe he was batting somewhere like 120, and yet he just could not hit. And he was coming off the bench. Wasn't playing at that point, you know? Who knows? I don't know. I think that's going to wrap it up for me. One last time looking at the box score here. Blue Jays had 14 hits. They had 11 runs. And were able to win 11-4 against the Dodgers. The Dodgers, by the way, they left 7 guys on base. They were 3 for 7 tonight with runners in scoring position. Is there anything else that I'm looking at from Twitter? Here's Just Baseball. Listen to this. Now, this is interesting. In their first 172 games, the Dodgers pitching staff had just one game where they allowed 10-plus runs and struck out 4 or fewer. Blue Jays just did it tonight. The Blue Jays just did that tonight. In their first 172 games, the Dodgers pitching staff had just one game where they allowed 10-plus runs and struck out less than 5 batters, which is 4 or fewer. They did it to that team. That's special. If you do it to that team there, that's a special night. Just Baseball also just posted this. Most games with 10-plus runs in a single postseason in MLB history. 1, the Red Sox in 2007. 2, the 2011 Cardinals. And then tied for second, the Toronto Blue Jays in 2025. And by the way, the Red Sox and the Cardinals both went on to win the World Series in those respected years. Those are some pretty crazy stats. And shout out to Just Baseball. They do such an awesome job over on Twitter. They have great content too. So, there you have it, man. Game 2 tomorrow night. Same time, same place. And we shall see how things go. The Blue Jays bullpen tonight, this is the last thing I'll leave you with. The Blue Jays bullpen tonight, 5 innings, 2 hits, and just 2 earned runs on the 2-run shot by Ohtani. 3 walks, and they struck out, you guessed it, 10 batters. I'm actually sorry, they struck out 8. That's still impressive. 8 strikeouts in 5 innings, and only 2 hits allowed. And 3 walks. That's good. for this Blue Jays bullpen. And they didn't even have to go to Jeff Hoffman. They did not even have to use Jeff Hoffman tonight. That's great. Wow. That is incredible. It is. All right. Love you all. Lila Tove. Good night. I'm going to catch you all tomorrow. Again, no Sixers tomorrow. We're just covering the World Series. And then Sunday we got the Birds. And then we're off Monday. I'm going to be out on Monday. I love you all, and I'll see you all tomorrow night for Game 2.